Everybody, sorry, I don't think the Harebrained Schemes logo went up. So, from Harebrained Schemes, made in Unity, published by Paradox, and I'm going to try and fill in the blanks while we wait for the opening cutscene, which I absolutely insist on watching every single time I play this game because I think it's very well. I actually think all of the cutscenes are really well done, and I was going over the. Yeah, like I said, big fan of the cutscene. I always sort of wonder, in some senses, some of the shots do seem to indicate like it's conveying information to somebody who may not be familiar with Battletech, in terms of just overall how, why the world is the way that it is. I guess not the world, the galaxy is the way that it is. But there are also little things that, no. I think it makes sense. I definitely feel like there's two different reactions that people have. The people who are familiar with Battletech probably recognize and can identify sort of each of the events inside of it, and someone who isn't familiar with the setting probably isn't 100% sure about what's going on. But maybe I'm not giving enough people enough credit. This is also a statement on my part, which was I definitely did not know all of the detail. Like, I did not know the reason why the Star League fell apart before I played Battletech. Because again, as much as I enjoy the game, like, I played stuff with clans and whatnot, and it's always kind of, I always run into this problem thinking that people play things the way that I play them, but the fact of the matter is that I am one of these people who actually doesn't read every single source book to play a game. I know relatively little about Battletech for someone who's played the tabletop game compared to others who do. But that's fine, because again, I think games like this, and of course the new MechWarrior game, so Piranha Games has done MechWarrior Online and now MechWarrior 5, there's a nice sort of broad range of things that people can experience now to be introduced to this world, and hopefully it inspires them to check it out across a few different either media or platforms. So, special thank you to Harebrained Schemes, Paradox, Triple Point for the heavy metal DLC key. So I did buy, I was a Kickstarter backer for Battletech, bought Flashpoint and Urban Warfare with my own money, but do keep in mind that I was given a key for heavy metal for promotional purposes. How you doing, The Exception? Great to see you as always. And one of the things I was going to say, I took a look back at the Kickstarter, and the cinematic cutscenes were a stretch goal, I believe, as was, I think the original intention was to make sort of a skirmish game, a game that basically resembles skirmish mode here, and that the campaign mode is was sort of like phase 2 of the plan. And it's interesting. I did do a little bit of time on my own because I don't know, that was actually really fun. I just went and did some. I have like my own like new career, but going with a slightly more advanced company. It was definitely fun to sort of run around and do some missions. But anyways, here is where we left off. I'm trying not to do a lot of story stuff on my own. Well, I'll do story stuff, but like story stuff I've seen in like another playthrough. In terms of this playthrough, I'm basically looking at stuff that I haven't seen before. I'm doing quite well, the exception. Yeah, so I should talk a little bit about this. So yeah, I've mixed feelings about the Kickstarter thing after looking at these details, because I think it is... I can never know this, right? I don't think anybody who wasn't directly at Harebrained Schemes will know this, but I have a feeling that Battletech wound up getting bigger than they had planned. And because, I mean, the game was delayed. There was an acquisition by Paradox in between. I mean, there was a publishing partnership and then the acquisition. I suspect that may have something to do with Shadowrun Hong Kong. I don't even know if Shadowrun Hong Kong wasn't successful, but I suspect it probably wasn't as big as perhaps Shadowrun Returns or Dragonfall might have been, and that's just sort of based on a couple of comments in terms of trying to get audiences that people at Harebrained Schemes made. It's obviously a really good partnership, because the DLC really did, in my opinion, add a lot to the game. And of course, this is Paradox's thing, that the DLC finances continued development of the game, and Battletech is really much better than it was when it was released. And when it was released, it was a fine game. But this is the thing, like, to see that the game was delayed, and then when it came out, there were some cases where it was rough around the edges. A good example of this would be I think when the game was originally released, the load times for missions were very, very long. They're a little long now, but not like dramatically. I tend to find it's when I'm just first loading the game that happens. So yeah, I mean, again, it's stuff. I at least hope that they're happy they went with Paradox. I as a consumer, I'm quite happy with it. I mean, obviously it'd be nice if you could just get like free updates forever and never have to pay for DLC, but that's not really realistic. And I'm really looking forward to see what they do with this material. Also, a quick thing before I really jump into the campaign, because we're pretty much crashing straight into some story missions here. To answer the exceptions question, how am I doing? It was surprisingly good today, actually. Not that I want to say that I was expecting things to be bad, but it's kind of neat, because the last couple of days I've talked a bit about... The last couple of streams, I've talked a bit about either negative feedback or negative comments, and I'm really surprised by some of the responses in chat. So there's one where people are like going out and looking for it, and there's like, oh, well, you made it sound so interesting. And then on top of that, it's like, oh, there's only X number there. And I'm like, okay, so like, why did you go and look for it then? What is it to say that apparently I'm wrong for feeling the way that I do? I'm not entirely sure what motivates people to do that. And then there was the other one where it's like, well, if you feel something, that must mean there's something true. It's like, no, some people are just mean on the internet, and you don't want to have to deal with meanness. It's not like I sit down and reflect on my life when somebody calls me an idiot online. That happens on a somewhat regular basis. But the drawback is that one of the reasons I talk about this stuff more frequently is that I actually value feedback quite a bit. It's very narrow, because I react quite negatively to just sort of opinions thrown out, because those really are everywhere now. Like everyone has thoughts on any given subject. And they are not always very well considered ones. And The problem, my tendency is that I always try to take statements at face value as being said sincerely. And one of the challenges that comes out of that is that I tend to react rather negatively when I get the impression that it isn't very carefully thought out, because it tends to sort of feel like either my time is being wasted or that, somebody thinks I'm incapable of seeing something obvious or whatever. And like, I kind of try and like keep tamped down and keep to myself, because that's obviously not the other person's fault. That's me. It may be their fault that they didn't think something through, but that doesn't really make them any different from anyone else. But the reason why I'm talking about feedback, again, I don't want to focus on negative stuff. I did something, and it's a little side project I've been doing for someone. If it was true, every time someone called somebody else an idiot on the internet, we'd all be idiots. Yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing. It's like, I think there's place in the world between, somebody telling you something that you don't want to hear, but is true, even if it's said in an unkind way, something that is unpleasant but could be faced. There is a useful distinction to be made between that and someone just being unkind. So, if you're working at a coffee shop, you will have a spectrum of customers. Some of them will be very friendly, a majority of them will be neutral, and some of them will be unpleasant because, you're the last line between them and their morning cup of coffee, or they had a bad day, or they just like taking things out on people below them, whatever the case may be. And it's very hard to see how somebody being unpleasant in a this is kind of me reacting to the idea that, it's like, if it stings, it must be true. It's like, no, like, if you have to be somewhere, generally you'd like to deal with nicer people, and it would be nice to pretend that, it's water off a duck's back every single time. But generally, facing disrespect, facing unpleasantness is unpleasant. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the worst thing that happened to you that day, but it's also the sort of thing that ideally we would minimize in the world. But the reason why I'm bringing all this up is I've been working, there's a few little side projects I've been doing, and every once in a while I do a side project for someone else. And one of the reasons I'm really hesitant to take these things on, and by like, this is totally like personal stuff, this is not related at all to Battletech, but I got asked how I was doing, and I figured it gives me a little lead in, because I'd rather focus on the game while we go through it. But yeah, so I tend not to do a lot of projects for people because I'm really busy, and especially if I don't have a deadline on something, I tend to do rather poorly in terms of like just managing that time and getting it done. And part of that is a little bit of a perfectionism, because I don't like putting out shoddy work, streams aside apparently. But that can sometimes translate into things taking longer than they need to be. And for one of these projects I've been working on, I was working on it, and I had like a personal version of things that I was trying, and there was just like, it was a hardware failure. It's just a really unlucky thing, didn't really have a backup, and just the thing was dead. Like, it's corrupt to a point where I might as well be starting it over again. So I got kind of discouraged by that, but then I found out it's a video editing thing. Then I found out the local library actually has a pretty decent Mac and a copy of Final Cut Pro, which I have not used since they've put out their new version of it, which I understand professionals don't like very much, but has a lot of the user interface of iMovie, but in a little bit more of a professional lineup. So I actually kind of wanted to try it because I really like trying unsexy software to see whether or not there's something that people are missing out. Because like sometimes people get mad about stuff because it's new, and I'd be sort of interested to see whether or not It is just, it's a downgrade, or if it's just different and people wanted something more of the same. But basically, each time I've tried to go to the library, I've wound up either snowed out or it's been fully booked. And again, this thing has just been going on forever. So yesterday, I just told myself, I was like, this is getting ridiculous now. Because I also looked at the forecast, and like the next couple of weekends, it looks like it's going to be similar with the library, which is, yes, I can probably get there, but it's going to be a really cold trip out to get about an hour work done. And then, you know, I'm done. So I fired it up on like an open source app here. I really don't like using the app that much, and it actually crashed and I lost all the work again because it doesn't have an autosave feature. But I had a very, very rough cut at the start, and I showed it, and I got a very positive reaction to it. And it's just something about, like, again, the problem with this feedback story is that because it was positive feedback, I have my faith in humanity is restored. That's the problem with this story. But it was definitely a case where I was not really feeling like a good editor, and I was definitely feeling bad about the time that it was taking. And the person who saw it, like, was very, like, they were very, very happy with what they saw. So that was good. And then on top of that, Johnny on his channel was talking about some of the stuff that he really liked, and he gave a really, really nice comment on the Battletech streams. And I obviously value, you know, the exception is the one who's in chat that I'm chatting with right now, but especially coming from like streamers who I like watching, there's definitely something really nice about someone who does a style of entertainment that you personally enjoy. Having them say that they like your stuff really means a lot. Now, obviously, I get along with Johnny. We've streamed together before, so, you know, it's your friends telling you you're cool. Like, it, you know, this isn't going to be something that just completely transforms my life or anything like that. But it was just a combination of, like, unexpectedly nice thoughts on some stuff that I was sort of debating on, especially because the only real feedback I'd gotten about Battletech was to do it less. And I wasn't 100% sure about that, but it was nice to hear that that somebody really liked it. So anyways, proceed to Panzer to protect its people from the Taurians. Intel suggests that a balanced lance composition with both high durability damage dealers and high maneuverability scouts will do well on this drop. Further details will be provided upon your arrival. If we don't protect Panzer, the Taurians will burn it to the ground. Ostergaard wouldn't even think twice about it. Lady Arano can't let that happen, and we can't either.
Roger that, Commander. Course plotted.
Probably should have had that chat while we were in transit, but it shouldn't take that long. No techs, no mechs. After receiving a troubling message from Yang, you rush down to the mech bay. Yang pushes between a mob of mech warriors and mech techs entangled in a shoving match at the Hunchback's feet. A message welded into the Hunchback's torso reads, "No techs, no mechs. You depend on us." A scrawny mech tech with a black eye shoves a wrench at the mech jockeys to emphasize every word. "We deserve respect, and that means a raise." "I'll give you what you deserve." Tyrant rushes forward, but Behemoth and Yang pull her back from the tech. "We're the ones risking our necks." Yang raises his voice before anyone else can comment. "Shut your traps, all of you. How do you want to handle it, boss?" I'm actually going to discipline the mech techs. "You know, you're not wrong." You approach the mech techs, taking a deep breath. "We do depend on you." You bend down and picked up a scorched remnant of the Hunchback's center torso. It crumbles between your fingers. "And that's alarming, given what I've seen here today. It's one thing to voice your dissent, but your antics have endangered our pilots and cost this company who knows how much. If you learned to air your grievances like professionals, you could stand to earn a lot more." The techs grumble, though they return to their stations. Tyrant gloats. Some of the mech techs don't bother hiding their disdain for you and Tyrant, glaring openly. Later that night, Yang brings a bottle of whiskey to your quarters. Mech techs are dragging their feet, but they'll snap out of it. Give them a month to gripe, and they'll get tired of yapping and get back to work. He fills your glasses. The two of you share a drink in silence. The company suffers a -3 tech point penalty, which is actually a little worrisome because I do need these mechs ready to go for the mission. And Tyrant has gained high spirits for 30 days. I really didn't want to spend the money on it because the morale wouldn't do a ton.
Those upgrades you asked for are online, Commander.
Okay, so we're doing okay for cash. Let's get some upgrades in. I'm definitely oh, see, I was going to say it might be time for the next mech bay, but in this case, clearly hospital bay was what we wanted to go for. So +2 medical points, chance of death from incapacitating damage is 5% less likely, chance of death from lethal damage is 5% less likely. The original Argo specifications had room and infrastructure for actual hospital facilities rather than just simple med bays. With a full hospital's worth of equipment and connections to the ship's library and databases, the med techs are able to perform near miracles of healing. All med bays will be converted into hospital bays. Commander, the medics are talking about all the advanced facilities, and now we have sufficient power to operate it all. We need to do a major overhaul of all our med bays, but we'd substantially increase our ability to treat severe injuries. So this is costly. We're going to be down to 5,200 C-bills. It's going to take us a month, so we're not going to have this ready for the mission. But this is definitely a big one because I've got a lot invested inside my my mech warriors right now. And again, I think I said this last stream, but I didn't realize it at the time. But I actually don't remember Lord Madeira being in the opening cutscene. So I don't know if he's going to survive the mission that he is on. Oh, there was something I wanted to check really quick. I want to see whether or not I have transcodes. Yes, I do. Okay. We've arrived at Panzer, Commander. Ready to proceed with our current contract? Proceed. Okay, so it's polar. I would have preferred to bring the Phoenix Hawk for that. Now, the one drawback with the briefing that it gave me is... a bunch of assaults isn't really fitting the description. Oh, actually, before we go... let's get some upgrades in before I do that. Do I want to upgrade the piloting? I kind of feel like gunnery is the better one for Beefeater right now. Or guts for the overheat. Actually, the overheat's probably better. Behemoth. Get her next.
What can I do for you?
Right, okay, I'm not going to bring Glitch on the next one, so...
Orders?
Zap probably makes the most sense. Now the question is whether or not I want him to have more piloting or more guts. I think in this case I'm going to give him the piloting. So, Beefeater, Behemoth... I kind of need a Glitch replacement. I guess that would be Zap. 1, 2, 3... and then Showboat's probably... yeah, Showboat's the best out of what I've got so far, so... I think I'll invest a little bit in the gunnery here. Okay. So this is going to get a little scary, I think, because of the... like, it's a story mission, right? So, I do want to have... some... I want to have some good mech warriors on it, but I also want to train people, so... so we'll keep... Johnny, you handsome devil. Thank you very much for that resub. That's 26 months in a row. I was actually just talking about you. So I was mentioning that you gave that really nice feedback about the stream and about Battletech and how good it made me feel. So Yes. Hi. Okay, so there's a couple of... This is actually a little tricky for me now, because the whole point of the Victor was that it's like I gave it to Glitch because I could just do these amazing like shots to take out the bad guys. I might want to put Showboat in the Highlander because of the piloting and the fact that she'd be able to do sort of the zaps with the Gauss cannon. But the fact of the matter is Behemoth's better equipped for that. So I'm going to throw Zap in the Victor as well, because that gives me the AC-20 to sort of do some heavy hits on selected targets. I'm going to put Showboat in the Cyclops. Now, there's not a major recommendation to have her in the Cyclops, but the idea here, like the higher tactics would sort of imply that maybe Beefeater's better. And actually, that is an interesting question. She doesn't have the higher initiative, though, so the whole point of putting Beefeater in the Blackjack is so that he acts as the scout. So yeah, we'll put Showboat in the Cyclops. It's sort of my missile boat, so the missiles aren't going to be as good as they normally would be. The other argument would be I could put her in some kind of another scouting mech, but the Centurion and the Trebuchet don't have jump jets, and the Jenner's a little too light for this in my opinion. So again, we're going to try and protect the planet from being overrun by the Taurians. That kind of implies that assaults would be a good plan because they're good defensive units, but the game actually recommended balance, and I'm sort of going against the game's recommendation. So we'll deploy, but I'm doing so with trepidation. For those of you who do not know him, and I'll try and get a better shout out in the future because there's not too many people here right now, but Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch. Oh, sorry, you just sent me Discord messages. Okay, cool. I can give you more details in Discord, but we'll talk about item number 1. No, it's not too soon. In fact, I hope to have something for you sooner, but I appreciate the update. And the reason why I know what I know is specifically because I am really dragging it out of that person. And it's... I will give you the details about why, because it actually reflects really poorly on me why I'm doing that. Actually, here. Let me just type something to you really quick. There we go. Thank you very much for that. As for the rest of you, because you don't get to see the private messages and whatnot, Johnny has been doing some Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And how are you doing, Captain Zerge? Sorry if I blew it on on saying hello to you. So the funny thing is that I decided to take a break for a year from Activision Blizzard games, it's funny because right around the time that I decided to do that, Johnny started playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and it's about the only Call of Duty game I have been interested in trying out. So he's been doing a great job with that. He is looking for some his next single-player game. Have you decided on what that's going to be? He finished Jedi Fallen Order, but you did something more recently that you just recently finished as well. God, I feel bad that I don't remember what this is. Anyways, I have been a complete pest and have really been trying to get him to do at least the first mission in Battlefield 5 under no flag, because I just think it's a really good one, and I think it's the kind of humor that Johnny has on his channel. But Johnny is really good. He's a higher energy caster. He's got a great personality. He's got a great sense of charisma. He's given me a little bit of a peek on some of the stuff that he's doing with his channel. I think one of the things that's really cool about Johnny is he puts a lot of effort into sort of redesigning and improving his channel, and I've been going through a lot of his clips recently. And you can actually see the change that he's done over time. So in addition to having just a great raw talent, he's somebody who actually puts a lot of effort into making his broadcast better, and it shows. Hey, Ryushi, thank you very much for the host. Thank you very much for the chat the other day as well. I won't tell if you won't tell. But yeah, Johnny's a very special caster. And like I said, he's one of the people, because I like watching his stuff so much, hearing him say nice things about my own cast really has just that sort of multiplier effect, because he is a I don't know, he's somebody I feel like I could learn a lot from in terms of his ability to do broadcasts, and it means a lot when I hear him say nice stuff. So, under Elstergod's orders, the Taurians are attacking our famine relief effort on Panzer. If they succeed, mass starvation will follow. They're trying to bait me into redirecting the main army and taking the field myself, but I can't let them do that. If our people are to survive, you will have to save them. We had to deal with hunger back home on Nassau Heights. Stealing food from starving people is low, even for a monster like Ostergaard. So,
Command interface initiated.
Panzer is in desperate shape, Commander. Famine is a fact of life here, and the Taurians have targeted the spaceport we've been using to deliver emergency supplies. As we speak, the Taurians have several waves of APCs, complete with battlemech escorts en route to the spaceport's command center. If they succeed in taking it, they'll lock down our supply ships, and the people of Panzer will starve. Spaceport's turrets are down, and House Decimus is in no position to repel an attack of this magnitude. It's on us to stop them. You will defend the spaceport against the Taurians and prevent troop transports from reaching the command center. They're likely to send a detachment for our wounded as well, Commander. If you can spare a mech or two, please consider sending them to protect our barracks. We've suffered too many casualties to defend ourselves. The Taurians have been hitting us hard, Commander Tion. The second is nearly gone, but I do still have a few non-combatant personnel left under my command, and we'll do what we can to defend the restoration. If you can stop all the Taurian APCs from reaching the command center, my people will get this spaceport's turrets up and running for you. But then if we destroy the APCs, isn't the mission over? I'm afraid that we won't be able to make a move if any of them get through. I just don't have the numbers to go up against Taurian Marines in a ground fight. Best of luck, Commander.
Stop those transports, Commander. You're the only one who can.
Alright, I know I've sort of prepared a scum save before, but I actually... This is one of the things... For some games, I really can't stand the idea of like too much unhappiness, and the idea of people starving on Panzer is really sad. So I have to 100% this mission. I'm committing at the start. I have to ace this mission, otherwise I'm resetting. Unless it becomes like absurd, but. If you find yourself overpowered by 2.5 skull battles, should you move your ship and go to an easier system? So not necessarily, like, sometimes based on the skulls, it might be that your composition isn't working properly, and you may want to reconsider the approach. But yes, in general, I'd say the better thing to do is if you're finding the missions that you're in are too much. Going to another system will help you out. And on top of that, you have a little bit of good news. The game actually has a filter that will show you what types of missions you have available. So if you know that there's a certain skull level that that isn't too hard, you can actually select the closest planet that has the type of mission that you want. The Taurians have just dropped a transport full of commandos. If they make it to our barracks, my injured soldiers are as good as dead. Please, Commander, stop them if you can. All right. So, again, it's maybe not the smartest thing in the world for me to split my team like this, but I do want to make sure that this gets taken care of. So, we'll start by getting Beefeater into a good spot. And I'm a little inclined to just go straight for the APCs as a starter, so... they're tough. Okay, I'm glad I brought an assault up. So the good news is these look like they're relatively light, but it looks like if we've got six mechs that we're up against, I need to keep that in mind. It's going to be a hard fight. Again, I'm very fond of this particular song, even though probably most of you can't hear it, at least based on the feedback that I've gotten before. Okay, so I want to keep an eye on that. I don't know if that's a mech or an APC. Okay, it's a 50-ton vehicle, so I don't know if that's the APC or not, but I'm definitely going to jump. Oh, nope, that's definitely an APC. Ooh, these things move pretty quick.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Showboat can't multi-target, so this means I'm wasting Beefeater's turn, but let's deal with the primary objective before we get too clever.
Knocked out a vehicle.
Are certain types of weapons more useful against armor, or do they not care? I don't think there's anything that's particularly good against armor. However, machine guns are very good at getting critical hits. So they're so there's kind of an inverted version of that.
Standing by.
Okay, so let's see if I can try and make some magic happen with the... Yeah, I don't think there's a way I can get both targets in my... Oh, wow. So AC 20 on this one, hopefully it'll take it out. Soften up the other APC and then a round of SRMs. This is really just to loosen up the commando, but it is also a breaching shot. So priority number one is taking out this APC. So I don't normally like using an autocannon on a vehicle, but
Roger that.
it's a good way to make sure you don't have to worry about that vehicle anymore.
Standing by.
Okay, so the question is, do I want to use Behemoth to clear some stuff up at the upper level here? Nah, you know what? Okay, so we've got a 55-ton that we need to worry about. No word on what kind of vehicle this is here, so I think it's going to be overkill. Let's just do a precision strike on the commando, and we don't need to worry about it anymore. Okay, well, sadly that wasn't enough to finish it
Critical
off.
hit, Commander.
Okay, so I'm a bit worried about Beefeater and the heat. But let's see what kind of a vehicle we're up against here.
Engaging jump jets.
Okay, so that's another primary target. Yeah, there's really nothing good out of this one. It's got 75 and 18, so I need 83. If everything hits, thing is, okay, I do get the, okay, I get the points for precision strike back if that's 90. Yeah, so it's the side that's weak. I basically need everything to hit. It's a higher chance, but it's not great, and I'm potentially wasting a good shot against a better target. But let's see what happens.
Engaging target.
Cool.
Enemy unit destroyed.
So half the targets are down. Again, I don't want to lollygag because there's an APC on its way to this this objective, but the good news is because I've got so many assaults on the field, I can afford these lights to be harassing me a bit. It's really just Beefeater's mech that I need to worry about.
Damage minimal.
Presumably that's gonna entrench. Yeah. So if I can, I'd like to munch some APCs, but hey, Ego Karen, great to see you. Things are going quite well. That might be an LRM carrier. Or LRM carriers probably have more trebuchet. That makes more sense. That's so interesting. So it's trying a slightly different route from last time. Okay, I think we're gonna
I
do.
hear ya.
We'll do the same thing with Zap again. Okay, I do get a shot on the bad guy.
Confirmed.
I don't really like taking an assault out of the area like that, but again, it's all about the objective. So now, unfortunately, I don't think any of my other stuff is going to penetrate. So there is a side chance that the front gets hit. So I am going to add the SRM to the shot, but I'm not going to do. Well, what am I looking at? Yeah, those medium lasers do generate a lot of heat. So there's a chance this thing won't get killed, but it's a slimmer one.
Roger that.
Okay.
Reporting. Vehicle destroyed.
So technically 2 more, although we
can I do
don't
for
know
you?
what the story is with the APC on the way to the barracks. So I want to be a little careful.
Coordinates received.
I think in this case here, the Cyclops, I'm just going to run right up the middle. I'm going to ignore everybody that does damage to it, and we're just going to drop the hammer on whatever we can.
This should be good. Yeah, critical hit.
Yes, Commander.
Now, Behemoth has got sort of a lack of targets right now. Not really going to win any points for evasion here, but while I'm at it, seeing as this is sort of a priority target for me, let's see what we can do to this Wolverine. It's going to be a tough shot because it's they've got the. Actually, you know what? Here, this will make life a little easier for me.
Taking the shot.
Didn't take out the leg, sadly.
Target's taking a critical hit.
I'm picking up another Taurian transport, Commander. Destroy it.
Keep pushing them back. Show the Taurians that we will never stop fighting.
Oh, this is going to be hard, actually. So I either need to dedicate Showboat to to cleaning these guys up. Although I have Zap as well. I don't like exposing Beefeater like this, but I want to get as high as I can. Let's just brace. It'll help me with the heat, and it'll help me with any retaliation. So I'm making kind of two commitments here. One, I'm committing Zap to clean out the reinforcements.
Took a heavy hit there.
I'm committing Showboat to climbing up and helping out. Wow.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
So yeah, I'm committing Showboat to the to defending the barracks. I'm kind of committing Beefeater to it, although he's immobile enough that he should be able to clean up. I'm committing Zap to a pretty long journey, to be honest. And then Behemoth is just kind of, I think they're sort of stuck in this wooded area until we can figure out what else I'm up to. I really wish I could do more to...
Warning. Detecting mech warrior injury. Warning. Weapon system.
That is
destroyed.
complete nonsense. That was full evasion and braced. And it didn't matter at all. Oh well.
Orders?
Oh wow. Zap's gonna have a hard time getting where he needs to be.
Got it, Commander.
I might want to close ranks and bring Behemoth into this too, just in case. You'd really like to see some skiing. Oh man, actually that would be a really neat one for the winter environments.
Commander.
Okay, so is there a way? Yes, so I can get Behemoth. Still want Behemoth focusing on that Wolverine just so we can get ourselves a little breathing room. So that's an SRM. Ooh, that SRM carrier is going to sting. Wow! That thing's tough. 125.90. Okay, let's...
Affirmative.
And looks like we did not... Yeah, we didn't get what we needed there.
Waiting for orders.
Okay.
Affirmative.
I would have preferred to do something else with Showboat, but again, the key on this is to get into... The key in this is to get into location, and I can't waste too much
That's a
time.
critical hit.
I'm seeing another drop of Taurian IPC on radar.
Those transports cannot be allowed to take this spaceport. Whatever it takes, we must push them back.
I want to make sure it's on the other side of this wall. Okay.
Engaging jump jets.
My firepower isn't what it used to be thanks to that side armor attack, but I guess we'll go for the other leg.
Engaging target.
So the one thing I'm a little worried about with the Cyclops, I am going to run them to the barracks just because the Cyclops has got the LRMs, and so it's going to leave them open to their back armor is going to be vulnerable. But again, it's one of these calculated risks where I'm saying that the assaults should be able to handle the problems. overall, I'm in a position where I wish I had fewer mechs on the battlefield right now. I don't think we've actually taken out an enemy mech yet. But of course, the APCs are the priority, so it's just one of these things where it's the nature of the beast. Yeah, that thing has got some ridiculous speed. Oh my god, is that at the... An enemy transport is closing in on the command center. Stop it before it delivers its troops. Alright.
What's up, boss?
So, first question. Can we get...
Commander?
So Zap can get a shot on the danger. Ooh, but he's got a lot of evasion, so we're not going to mess around on this. This is a full complement. That was close.
Vehicle trashed.
Not exactly what I want to see. Oh my god. These guys have got a lot more firepower than I'm giving them credit for.
Commander?
I don't really want to do this, but I kind of need to do the sprint just to get myself into position. This is one of the reasons why there's too many mechs running around stripping off my armor. I'm not putting out enough firepower. The thing is, a pack of mangy dogs can still kill a lion, so... Okay. Nope. What I really need right now are attacks on the priority targets. Okay, I'll have to live with this.
Engaging jump jet.
That is a wonderful emote, Johnny. Now I know why you like ammunition.
Let's see how you like this. Take that.
Okay, so that's gonna delay the Wolverine a bit. I'm obviously making a big assumption about being able to take out the next APC. We're starting to clean things up a little bit. Now these escorts are going to be a problem. So this is an SRM boat. That's going to hurt me. I need to take care of this APC, so that's at least one of my mechs that's going to be occupied taking care of that. Now, normally what I would want to do is take advantage of this downed Wolverine and get a shot on him. But I don't actually have that many opportunities with my current loadout. So I think what I'm going to do... where is the... Yep, okay. So I'm going to try and head off the APC. Ooh, I did not want to be on the building. Okay, well, it's too late now, so I'll brace. But they are going to enjoy a very tasty buffet on my rear armor if they want. I might have gotten overzealous by putting the Cyclops up here, because if that's just a 10-ton vehicle, I don't have a lot to fear from it. But the good news is I will be lobbing missiles from the high ground. So That's not a terrible place for Showboat to be in the grand scheme of things. I am quite scared about the SRM carrier and whatever the escort for the other APC is. But once we clean out the remaining 2 APCs, then we get to focus fire on all of the targets. I get to prioritize based on sort of who I'm most scared of. But this is definitely, like, if I could redo this mission, this is not the way I would do it. There's just, like, there's simply too many, there are simply too many enemy units on the field right now, and my unit is entirely spread out, or my lance is entirely spread out, so. The Taurians are closing in on that barracks. If they take it, our wounded soldiers will be slaughtered. Okay, so the Highlanders doing all right. Okay, so shooting the leg out of the Wolverine had the intended effect of taking him out. So first question: can Zap get a shot off on the APC? He can. Can he get a shot off on anything else? No, he cannot.
Engaging jump jet. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
All right, that makes me feel better. This thing is going to make me feel worse. Oh no, it's not, because it's not in. It's not in a danger position. Okay. So knowing what I know now about the enemy, I can't multi-target. Ooh. I do not like how my left torso is looking right now. Alright, well...
Got it.
Again, one of the drawbacks here about this Cyclops is I can't multi-target, but let's at least bang up the Jenner. Ah, you get everything. As Johnny said, and murder time.
Enemy down.
So the plan with the Cyclops is actually to just drop as many LRMs on my enemies as possible. I'm gonna do something of a risky move with the Highland. No, I'm not. I'm taking her out of the cover, which I don't like, but... oh, I can't target that leg. That sucks. Let's go for the head.
Copy that. Solid connection on that one.
Maybe I should have tried for like a 1 in a million on the commando, but... All Taurian APCs are down, Commander. Hold tight. We're bringing the turrets online now. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So that was an unintentionally competent piece of generalship on my part. All right. This is going to be quite tricky. Unfortunately, there's no real way for me to step on the... There's no real way for me to step on the APC. So if I hold, I'm still going to have to death from above it. So in this case, I'm going to do the best I can with a bad shot. What are we looking at for armor? I really just need 2 of these things to hit, but we are at full capacity. So let's... so that's 91 on a 40. Yeah, this should... as opposed to a 37. Yeah, we'll go for the easiest to hit. There we go. You've done it, Commander. Our people are safe thanks to you. We'll never forget what you've done for us today. Okay, so we're not out of the woods yet. Most of my mechs, if I lose parts, I lose really valuable weapons. But this is the point where we're going to be able to, this is going to be the point where we're able to sort of cut loose and show them the strength. Oh, okay, that Shrek PPC carrier is very high on my kill list. This is now where I'm paying for not taking out more of the mechs. The turrets are being, like, the turrets are good for distractions, but they're really not going to be effective at stopping, or at doing any damage to the enemy. Okay.
Commander? Right, Commander.
So I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to get the Victor to take out the Shrek PPC carrier. I'm going to get the Cyclops to do whatever she can to the Wolverine, and then I'm going to get the Highlander to take out this SRM launcher. And then the rest of it is just cleanup duty on the enemy mechs. This is 69. I'm surprised that wasn't enough to take it out. Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, I said Zap was going to take out the PPC launcher. Good news is Zap also has other attacks that he can do. So let's just take a quick second here and see what the Shrek PPC's got. 75 and 30. So I actually need 2 of these to hit. You know what? Let's not risk it. We'll do the full complement.
Full complement on it.
That's got to be enough. No! Oh my god. Well, that's going to be very sorry, Victor. 3? Jesus.
Systems holding.
Waiting for orders.
I gotta go on the other side of the mountain, otherwise it gets ugly.
Lifting off.
So the drawback here is that Behemoth doesn't have multi-target, so I'm actually spending everything on this SRM carrier, and it will be worth it.
Reporting vehicle destroyed.
Cool. I think what I'm going to try and do is take care of the folks on the... Ooh, nice. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take care of the lights on the mountain first. Oh, god damn, that's good. But yeah, I'm going to take care of this area first, and then we turn around and kind of go up the middle to deal with the Trebuchet and company. I'm going to get the Highlander to just pick this commando up from its hat and crush it like a beer can. Alright. I'm going to reserve Beefeater down. There's no advantage to me putting him at risk. I'm going to do what I normally do with lights. Take him down to turn 1 with my assaults. Ooh, I gotta be careful about this.
Critical hit. Bad one, I think.
So, Beefeater's gonna move on initiative 1, but then he's gonna get himself out of trouble in initiative 5. really careful with that Victor. Actually, you know, that is the right plan, save for the fact that Beefeater is absolutely nowhere where he can do anything. So I am just going to sprint him up.
Full throttle.
So at some point I got to trade the Victor and the Highlander need to trade places. So first things first, let's get Zap out of the danger zone. Or at least as far from the danger zone as possible. Jesus Christ. That's what I get for bringing assaults. Yeah, jump. Jump is the best way to handle this terrible situation, so...
Confirmed.
Wow, that was a lucky shot on the head when I was aiming for the leg.
Destroyed.
I won't complain about it, I just really wish the head hits were coming at a slightly more convenient time. Okay, so I'm not worrying about the Commando because the Highlander's going to deal with him. So this is the point where I start using the Cyclops for missile support. And I think I hate the Trebuchet the most.
Right, Commander. Ready for orders. Acknowledged. Putting my weight into it.
Oh, we knocked him down too. That's glorious. I have no idea why they went for the left arm. So my hope is that the Highlander is going to be able to start drawing fire soon. Unfortunately, there's going to be 2 attacks that the Victor needs to deal with while it is out in the open. One from the Trebuchet, one from the Panther. Nope. Going for the laser turret instead. How you doing, Tank Pig? Guys, for those of you who don't know him, I actually had a lot of fun watching Tank Pig play MechWarrior 5, which brought me even closer to buying that fine Canadian product. Very friendly streamer, somebody who I got to meet through Age of Wonders Planetfall. And I know I shout out a lot of people, and I tend to shout out the same people over and over again, but part of this is just because the rhetoric of Twitch is usually that everything has to be the best ever. It is never in between. Obviously you get a lot of recommendations, there are a lot of demands on your time, and so one of the things I like to try to do if I can in terms of shoutouts is give you specific reasons why an individual is worth watching, rather than the fact that they come and watch my stuff, or I don't know, I think they're, there's 101 different reasons why, you might be getting a recommendation for someone. And in the case of Tank Pig, actually Tank Pig's a really interesting one because in addition to just being, a thoughtful and nice person, which is kind of what goes through everything on here, it's kind of neat that in some cases there is quite a close alignment in terms of the types of games and things that we're interested in. And in some other situations, we have... It's not like a striking difference, but there is a... there is sort of a divergence in terms of the stuff that we cover. And I like that because it gives me a little bit of an insight into stuff that is off the beaten track for me, but winds up usually being very good. So that's kind of a twofold recommendation. It's one of these ones where, oh, that is That's gonna cost me. It's great to recommend Tank Pig for that very reason, which is that it's not like, hey, if you like my stuff, it's a complete, it's like me but at different hours. That is arguably an insult for most streams, I think. But Tank Pig's somebody who I don't get to watch very often, but has enough overlap that I feel safe in saying if you like some of the stuff that I do, you'll probably like Tank Pig. But on top of that is somebody who actually will also expose you to some stuff that I potentially haven't heard of, and I have a lot of fun checking them out for that. I've been getting down on some Warcraft 3 lately, and oof, yeah. So when you're talking about Warcraft, is this the new like reforged version of? Is this the remaster or whatever they did of it, or is this the original? I must confess, I never actually played Warcraft 3.
Receiving you.
Okay, so oh right, the commando's dead. So my highest priority is the Panther because that's going to be the thing that can PPC my AC 20++ off. Neat. This has got to work. One day I want to be confident enough that I just do the Gauss cannon, but today is not that day. Thank you. It was really behemoth shot. I just watched. There are 1 million reasons why this is a bad decision, but I'm doing it anyway.
Engaging target.
Yeah, paid off. They're going to be standing up before any of my assaults are able to do anything with them, but it's a little pilot damage. I also think there's a penalty to hit. Oh, nice. The game is having mercy by targeting the NPCs.
Standing by.
All right, Zap. You need to redeem yourself for that terrible showing last time.
All weapons are go.
Zap, you're not allowed to drive the Victor anymore.
Critical hit, Commander.
In fairness to the NPCs, they've actually taken out a couple of mechs that were knocked down, so I can't badmouth them too much. I was debating on doing a targeted shot. Oh, that's right. I get move. I get ace pilot. So LRM 10s in the Cyclops, but they have the extended stability damage. So.
Ready for orders.
Behemoth just sighs and wonders why she has to... Oh, actually.
On it. Enemy down.
Okay, so other than the damage that we took, that was a good round. You've done it, Commander. You've driven them off, and you've saved all our lives. I'll see to it that the food gets distributed to the people who need it. See that you do, Lieutenant. You should know. I can't promise that they won't be back. Desperate times are nothing new to us, Lady Orano. Things have been grim since your uncle's coup, and we've made it this far. As long as you keep the supply shipments coming in, we'll find a way to hold out. You have our support for as long as I can provide it. That's a promise.
Mission successful.
All right. Get to draw your attention to the glory that is Tank Pig. Oh, by the way, Johnny was playing Death Stranding, was the most recent single-player game. I forgot. He's playing that right now, so that's how I know. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So, oh wow. So 40% for preventing the APCs and 25% for the barracks. So that is a healthy pay. That almost paid for our better hospital. So that's good news. Unfortunately, I lost a good medium laser and AC2s. Of course, it's absolutely not news that Beefeater's Blackjack gets banged up. And then I'm going to be doing some repairs to the Victor. And the Cyclops, Zap, is possibly going to have to spend some time in the hospital as Glitch yells at him for scratching up the Victor. And time for scrap. So we'll finish off the Wolverine. Might as well go for the I mean, I tend to like going for mechs, but I don't really want any of these mechs. I've already got the Wolverine. I already have a Trebuchet. So that will replace the one that I lost. I like to pretend that this is like we're just picking up this lost medium laser from the ground. If I can, a heavy jump jet, I think, comm system. That would be cool, except that I think all of my command... you know what? Let's go for it. So we got Commando Jenner, extra Wolverine part, some machine guns, Pete Sink. Okay. Decent enough in terms of scrap, but nothing to write home about, so... All right. Lady Urano, I'm looking at a coded message from Lady Centrella. She's reporting increased fleet movement around New Vandenberg. A half dozen Concord Navy dropships, complete with fighter support. Her agents say that they're headed our way. The situation is growing untenable. Even if we win every battle, attrition will inevitably take its toll. They'll grind us down to nothing. If Lord Madeira does his job right, it won't be a problem for much longer. Oh, sorry, I didn't even notice that. I was too absorbed by the game that I actually didn't notice. But welcome back. I know, Beefeater, I know. But while we wait, people are dying. I just had to choose what to spend our dwindling resources on: emergency relief for a half dozen marginal colonies the Taurians have hit, or fuel for our dropship fleet. I chose the fuel. If we can't move our troops, we can't keep fighting, and everything we've built falls apart. Sounds like you did what you had to do. It didn't make it any easier. In about 3 weeks, the casualty reports start hitting my desk. I intend to study them. Every line, every detail. I, the Sword of Restoration, have just consigned these people to a gruesome fate. The least I can do is remember their names. Understand the impulse, Lady Urano. Believe me, I do. This isn't just a form of self-punishment, Beefeater. It's about doing what I have to do to keep myself from becoming jaded. It's about remembering the people whose lives were cut short and preventing myself from normalizing their deaths. Your pardon, Lady Urano, but we've got an encoded HPG transmission coming in. The point of order is Guldra. I'm putting it on screen now. Kamea, I've got it! My family's insurance policy. I can't open the files from here, but considering the level of security they were hidden behind, there must be something here worth protecting. Say nothing. And now for the bad news. The Directorate is on my trail, and they're gaining. I'm still a couple of steps ahead of them for now, but I need evac as soon as you can provide it. My subdermal transponder is active and broadcasting on restoration frequencies. Nothing can ever be easy, can it? I mean, not even once. It's a video game. I'll do my best to stay alive and on the run until you get here. Whatever happens, I won't let them get their hands on these files. They're the only things that matter now. I need to move. Madeira out. Alexander's image flickers and dies as the message comes to an end. SodaStream plus ginger beer mix is awesome. Oh, I was wondering how you were making that. That's really cool. I've never actually tried a SodaStream, but I think my dad has one. Commander, set a course for Guldra. I'll be waiting for you there with my battle mech at the ready. We're going to get Alexander back and recover the evidence he gathered. We have to. The future of the Restoration depends on it. Lady Arano's contract to recover Lord Madeira is and the evidence he's gathered is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready. Well, technically we should do that right away, but let's get some repairs out of the way first. Wolverine 6K models usually don't include jump jets in order to mount more energy weapons, heat sinks, and armor. So we're putting that one in storage. Let's go to the mech bay to get our repairs done. Hopefully we've got enough to... we've got enough time. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we lost the jump jet, I think.
I'll let you know when that's done.
Yeah, so I mean, it kind of sucks that we keep losing the equipment on this thing, but we've got enough replacements. Usually we pick up some of the good stuff. This is on the arm, so I'll go for the extra damage, and then this one's on the body, so this one will go for the extra accuracy. I believe if it's on the arm, you're able to angle it a little bit better, so I think you get a an aim bonus. Anyways, I got the good comm system in this one, so... Although if Kamea's coming on the mission, I'm going to take out the comm system for now.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
Can't fit the gyro. Can probably put the arm mods in. Oh, right. That's why I don't do that. This doesn't take any tonnage. I don't actually use the Cyclops for that.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Should see if I can... Yeah, so the arms are already full. Actually, you know what? I should have been a little more careful in that. I could have got a little extra damage out of the left arm. Okay, so comms will give... I'm going to do the physical damage on the Cyclops.
On it.
And the Highlander should already be doing some respectable physical damage, so in this case the higher stability damage is what I want to go for here. So part of this is driven by the fact that it said that Kamea was coming with us. So I'm going to rearrange the repair priorities accordingly. And seeing as it's rescuing Alexander, I'm thinking we'll bring Glitch along on this one, even though she's at top. She's sort of at top ability. It's a high priority mission. Also, let's get the Blackjack a little bit higher in the queue. So the Blackjack and the Phoenix Hawk are sort of the command mechs for now. And yeah, I like the rest of that repair order. So we have got over a month of repairs, and we just pissed off the mech bay. but that's life. Oh, I forgot to mention this earlier, guys. I am going to be at the Global Game Jam on Friday, so no stream then, unfortunately. But after that, we're back to streaming as normal. So Guldra in 22 days, and it's a 3.5 skull mission. So yeah. Travel to Guldra to rescue Lord Alexander Madeira and recover his family's insurance policy against House Espinosa. They got one of ours, Commander. We're going to get him back.
Roger that, Commander. Course plotted.
Tyrant stomps into your quarters, dragging Showboat behind her. Showboat mistook my bunk for a latrine again! Tyrant wrinkles her nose. 3rd time this month. She stumbles forward. I can explain, she slurs. Her breath stinks like gasoline fumes and paint thinner, making her eyes water. It's not even noon! Tyrant narrows her eyes at her. There's having a good time, and then there's this. She'll get us killed if she deployed in the state, Commander. Let's take Showboat aside one-on-one. You dismiss Tyrant and speak in earnest with Showboat until eventually she falls into your chair, dropping her head in her hands. I slipped up, Commander. I just wanted a break, a few hours where I could stop thinking or worrying about anything. I can't shake this feeling that my next deployment will be my last. Everyone has bad days. You place a hand on her shoulder. Next time you're struggling, come give me a visit, Showboat. I'll make time for you, no matter what. Her jaw tightens with determination. I'll talk to you before I hit the bottle again, Commander. Promise. Showboat has gained the following tag. Honest.
Got a new financial report for you, Commander.
So technically, if I want, I can actually skimp on. I could skimp on pay this month because I still need to build some of the additional rec facilities. But in this particular case, I'm just going to continue with normal. It is expensive to run the company now. We've crossed the 500,000 C-bill number. But I mean that's life, right? The big expense is going to be when we build the extra mech bay, but by that point we should be reasonably self-sufficient. And looks like we'll have the hospital bay in time for the next mission. So Showboat won't need to worry about it being her last mission. Also, Johnny will be happy to know that the dragon gets repaired. Okay, tech penalties expired, so
That work order's complete, boss. Top-notch work. if I may
hospital
say
bay is
so.
complete. So 12 days now that the penalty's gone. Let's go to engineering. We've got 6.8 million C bills, so we can afford an expensive upgrade if I want. So each of these are +2 morale. And I do want to build them at some point, but I'm going to take advantage of the fact that it's it's sort of a light month. So we're looking at almost 750,000 for the drive upgrade. I definitely like the idea of shortening the time. Or we go for the 2.25 and we expand the mech bay. I mean, it's mighty tempting, especially because that's going to give us the machine shop for even more repairs. But I think the idea of being able to maximize the number of contracts that I can take is probably the best long-term solution for the company. I've already got the training modules. I've already got the hospital. So at this point, to maintain all of this gear, I want to be able to have the shortest distance possible between taking contracts. And so we'll upgrade the drives for the month. So travel to and from jump points reduced by 30%. The Argo can, in a pinch, generate quite a bit more thrust than it first seemed. By repairing a number of drive subsystems meant to increase thrust efficiency, it's possible to get the Argo up to an uncomfortable 2G of the sustained thrust. The Argo's drive is far more powerful than I suspected. We may not ever bring it completely back online, but for now I can increase our thrust. While 2G is not comfortable and the crew will complain, we can cut our travel time significantly. I do like a complaining crew. All right. 5 days. Just one quick second here. I'm not ready to do the contract, so... Alright, we arrived at Guldrick, Commander, ready to proceed with our current contract. Oh, no, I said I wasn't ready. We're picking up a transmission on the Restoration Distress Frequency, Commander. The timestamp is marked a couple hours ago. It's from Lord Madeira. Kamea, by the time you receive this message, I'll have been captured. I've got hostiles closing in around me as I'm recording this. I don't know how much time I have left. Listen, the evidence is hidden in a dead drop, which was the best that I could do given the circumstances. Go to my grandfather's monument. You remember, the place where we laid him to rest in the mountains. The Directorate paved over it and built a structure right on top of it. Look there, and you'll find what you need. I can hear the sound of splintering hardwood. They're coming through the door, and I'm out of time. I pray that I'll see you again. But if I don't, I need you to win this war. Do whatever you have to do. Just finish it. Not for me, but for our people. Goodbye. The image on the view screen cuts out. The only sound that you can hear is the hiss of static. I'll start putting together a rescue team. Leave space for me, Beefeater. I'm coming with you. First we recover Alexander, and then we focus on picking up the evidence and getting the hell off Guldra. I've Lord Madeira's subdernal transponder signal on my screen. They're moving him, probably in an APC. If we launch mechs now, we may be able to catch up with it. Then we better get moving. Lady Arano? Assemble your lance, 3 of your best, and I'll be joining you in the Atlas we recovered from Castle Nautilus. Time is of the essence, Beefeater. Let's retrieve the evidence and bring Lord Madeira home. Alright, so I gotta back out of this one, unfortunately, because I want to train up my mech warriors. Well, at least the team that I'm bringing. Now, it's not actually going to be my best, but I always bring Beefeater on story missions. So the overheat's been taken care of. If he's going to be driving the Cyclops, it's actually slightly better that I do gunnery, but Guts is my better long-term investment for Beefeater.
Orders.
Behemoth's not quite ready for the final point in tactics.
Commander?
Glitch is already top
What can I do
tier.
for ya?
Right, it's just the 3, so I don't want to raise my costs any more than I need to. I wish there was a way that you could modify the mech warriors, because you have to redo these cuts. I mean, it's not terrible to do the dialogue again. It just kind of ruins the flow. Okay, so Kamea's in. This is definitely one where I'm just like, I'm going to indulge by bringing a lance of all assaults. Okay, so I actually really like the lineup that we've generally got. So Behemoth, Glitch, and then Beefeater in the Cyclops. So I wouldn't normally put Beefeater in the Cyclops. It's the only assault that I have. I still don't know what my command... Like, in honesty, if I get an Atlas, I'm putting Beefeater in the Atlas. I don't even care if he's not good at piloting the Atlas. But Glitch is in the Victor because she's sort of the sharpshooter who takes everything... takes everything down at range. Behemoth is the Highlander, sort of as the brawler, as is her title. And then in practice, Zap actually is the one who's better equipped for the Cyclops, but sort of a similarity in terms of the lineups. I didn't really design these mech warriors with specific mechs in mind. I just was largely learning what all the abilities did as I went by, but it's tended to work out. If you can just give me a quick second, I want to take a quick trip to the bathroom before this mission starts. And we'll be back in a sec. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with it. Yeah, you go, Karen. The thoughtful one works really well, and I'll actually show you. There's one other one that I quite like. Johnny brought my attention to this one. This one actually fits pretty well too. I was very amused by it. So. The one that I love about, if you do that on Johnny's emote, it looks like it's picking his teeth. And the day that I found that out, Johnny actually had something in his teeth for most of the time, so I got to abuse that emote constantly. So, anyways, the Directorate has captured Lord Madeira, and we're going to get him back. We have his transponder coordinates, and we know that he is on the move. We're going to make planetfall, rescue Alexander, and recover the evidence he risked his life to bring to us. And we'll bring ruin to anyone who stands in our way. Lady Arana said it all, Andre. We don't leave our people behind. And Lord Madeira is an important asset to the restoration. He's on our crew. Let's go get him. Attempt to rescue Lord Alexander Madeira. That's very interesting, the way that the mission objectives go. So it implies that we do not successfully get... I could be reading a little bit too much into this, but this objective suggests to me that we're not getting him, which is continuing to reinforce my hypothesis that Alexander is not around for the coronation. How are we looking, Darius? Bad news. The APC holding Lord Madeira has already reached the facility ahead. Whatever we're going to do, we need to do it fast. Our arrival won't stay secret for long. I need Alexander by my side if we're going to beat my uncle and win this war. Cut him out of that facility, Commander, and we'll get the data that... we'll get the data after he's recovered. God, I love the Atlas.
What can I do for you? Don't need to tell me twice. Aye, aye. I've got something.
Hey, Samurai CCJ. How you doing? Okay, I wonder why that's going away. That's suspiciously light. You're not dead. So problem is my Cyclops is kind of locked in from my comrades. There's no huge advantage to me running ahead. Yeah, I think I'll maybe... see. Oh yeah, we're all in assaults. Yeah, I have to do it this way. Okay.
Reading you loud and clear.
I'm gonna move Kamea up. She can divide her attention among two targets. How's you? It's been a while since you were here. Doing quite well. Today was particularly nice, Samurai CCJ. And I am playing a game I am a big fan of, Battletech. I can't remember. Have you played this? 22 and 7, so let's do... Oh, 22 and 7, but my pulse does 40. I keep forgetting that Kamea is godlike, so... Or 48 if all the SRMs hit. But the SRMs do more... Okay, so we'll dedicate 1 pulse laser to the turret, and then the rest we throw into the dragon. It pains me to do this. I'm actually going to hold off on the AC-20 because this is, again, a fairly... All of this stuff is pretty light. So, you played the older Battletech. Okay, did you ever play the tabletop game?
Engaging the enemy. Multiple targets. Inflicting heavy damage.
Okay. Beefeater get anywhere closer? Not really, so where does Behemoth go? Can Behemoth jump to a better spot? Not really, but she can jump over the Cyclops if it comes down to that. So yes, Beefeater is the one to move next. Yeah, I had the same problem. There's like the first person who ever introduced me into Battletech, and then I never got to play with anybody else. God, this is a really tempting one to go for the middle. I don't normally like blowing resolve like this, but this is too good of an opportunity. Well,
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
didn't pay off, sadly. The Highlander's just like, what did I do?
Waiting on you, Commander.
Okay, so fortunately Glitch is able to fire on multiple targets. I don't think she can fire on everyone, but we can at least divide her attention. And so we're looking at, again, 22 and 7, 22, 7. Oh, right, but she doesn't actually have that strong of a loadout. And then we've got a galleon, okay, a pair of galleons. Alright, this is going to be a little different from what I had planned, but... I'm going to turn off the AC 20 for this one. But laser for each, and then an SRM for the dragon.
No problem. I've got enough gun for everyone.
But yeah, so like I played Battletech with the first person who ever introduced me to it. There we go. And then
Did you see it?
I was always interested but never went through. So this is Harebrained Schemes is a company founded by Jordan Weissman. So it's basically
Got it.
you know, at least some of the people responsible for Battletech coming back to the property and realizing it as a game. And I'm having a good time with it. You know, I feel dumb doing this, but I don't really want to waste the Gauss rifle or the LRM on one of two light turrets. If I could throw something at the turret generator, maybe, but honestly, I've got lasers to be able to... with Beefeater, I just, you know, medium laser at each one of these things and it accomplishes the same thing. Oh, except that I've got LRM. Well, at least in this case, like, I've got a lot of ammo for the LRMs, so...
Engaging multiple targets.
The defenders are eliminated. Now secure that base so we can extract Alexander. Alright.
Good to go.
I'm assuming this is where the trap shows up?
What's up, boss? Got it. No shooting, just running. Standing by. Copy that.
Full throttle.
Okay, let's get Kamea in.
Listening. Affirmative.
Oh, but I also needed the Highlander in, so I should have moved the Highlander then Kamea, but that's fine. Atlas can brace.
Orders. Roger that.
Well done, Commander. Well done, Commander. Farah, do you have a fix on Lord Madeira's exact location? Working on it, Darius. I just need a minute to... You won't find your lapdog in that facility, however long you search, cousin. Little Alex kneels at my feet as we speak. Get out of here, Kamea. She's using me as bait. It's true, Kamea. Alexander was excellent bait, and now this war comes to an end.
New sensor contacts. I've got hostile units converging on your location.
Okay, well...
Damn you, Victoria. Taking hostages is a coward's move. If you wanted to fight me, you should have come yourself.
Might dedicate the
When
victor
I
to
send
do
you
it.
to hell, be sure to tell Lord Carosas that.
Okay, so Glitch isn't going to be in range in time. I still think it's worth it to jump on. I think I'm actually just going to settle with this. I might sort of jump and turn around. Basically, I'm a little concerned whenever I see a 60-weight vehicle. Those can be kind of nasty. So... It's lots of very attractive targets. I'm also going to take a second here. I feel bad that I'm doing this, but this is less prepping for scum saving or save scumming. But what I want to do here is obviously there was that opening encounter that was. I think I'm going to reserve down.
Standing by.
There was that opening encounter, which is obviously quite straightforward, so I'd rather save myself the time if I can. Okay. So you know what? I think we'll make some decisive moves here. Let's get... Okay, so both of those are strong, but the Panther... Could almost certainly leg the Panther. Yeah, why not? Oh, just shy. All right.
When I shoot you, you'll take it and like it.
Gotta decide how I'm gonna handle these evasion chevrons. I don't really have the... Well, okay, actually, it turns out I do. Whether or not I want to take them is another question, because I'm not able to use my medium lasers if I... Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm not crazy about this move, but it at least lets me do something to that trebuchet. I'm a little more nervous about the trebuchet than anything else, so if I can start knocking down some of those chevrons, I'll feel better. Actually, you know what? A lock-on probably would have made sense there. Now, it's a slightly different story about the Hunchback, even though it's...
Up high.
It's highly evasive and it is braced. I do have some serious firepower. Okay, so now the question is, who do I send Kamea after?
I'm on my way.
I think I'm slightly more nervous about the trebuchet, if I'm completely honest, so... We'll open fire with this. I'm not going to worry about the precision strikes. I'm going to save that for next round.
Confirmed.
So that might be enough stability damage that it considers bracing. We'll see. All right, I can live with the Atlas taking taking the hits. It's also quite clear that the trebuchet is not as big of a threat, so I'm going to focus down the Hunchback if I can. I somewhat question this decision, but I have a plan.
Engaging multiple targets.
Okay, so it wasn't enough to knock him over, but he may have to brace to stop himself from getting punched. If he doesn't, then the Cyclops comes in for a physical attack. Or even the Atlas, maybe. Okay. So Cyclops definitely taking more damage on that than I wanted. But if I can...
Warning. Armor low.
Okay, that's good to know.
You have my attention.
Ah, awesome. Alright. So this is all about cooling Kamea down. I'm happy.
Target eliminated.
I forgot about that. This is gonna suck. Oh, no, okay. It's
Waiting for orders.
not a threat. Yet. I hate that I'm doing this, because I'm exposing my back to the bad guys, but I actually do not like the idea of an SRM carrier getting free shots on my guys. Do I really want to use everything? No, I've got full precision strike. So it's got 45, 22 everywhere. So I may not have to use the Gauss rifle.
Affirmative.
Overkill, but at least I didn't use the Gauss rifle.
Reporting. One less vehicle. Waiting for orders.
Okay, now with glitch, you know what? I think we're just gonna keep focusing on that Panther. So it might be that Beefeater is able to get a called shot on the other leg.
You're toast.
If not, again, it's buying me a little tempo against the Panther, which has got PPCs that are aimed on my
must fall.
aimed on my Highlander's back. Of course, the Wolverine's also going to be able to do something, but this turn we're going to be able to turn around and... nice. This turn we're going to be able to turn around and make them pay. I would definitely expect the Wolverine to do some pretty unhappy damage, though. Alright, I'm not 100% sure how the loss of initiative works if you knock out a leg then. Oh wow, they really want that victor. Alright. Unexpected, but I think I can work with this.
Is that it? I'm barely scratched.
So this means that Behemoth is going to focus on the center of the Wolverine. Big question is what I want to do with Cyclops. Or the Cyclops, rather, with Beefeater. In this case, I'm going to reserve.
Tell me what you need.
I think I'm going to move Kamea in. I'm going to get her to mop up the Panther. Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm moving.
I'm going to cool down Beefeater with a physical attack on the Trebuchet. I think I can afford the LRM.
Locked in on the target.
Well, that's a shame. Alright.
Engaging physical attack. Enemy mech destroyed.
Receiving you.
So my inclination is kind of to go left, but in this case I'm focusing on the Wolverine, so...
Lifting off.
I want to make sure that I'm in sort of a wooded area. I'm also running a bit hot. But I am going to do the traditional move of trying to just rip through the thing's center.
Firing all weapons.
And it looks like we did not accomplish that, but we did knock it.
Take that.
We unsteadied it. We didn't knock it over.
What can I do for you?
Okay, that's too good of an opportunity to knock over, so we're going to divide our attention like so.
Got it.
I was really hoping for a lucky hit on the leg, but no such luck.
For the Aurigan people. Is that your best shot?
Yeah, again, it's an Atlas. I'm not going to freak out every time something gets shot at it. Did it just expose its weak leg to me? It's amazing if it did. Can't take any advantage of that, but I am going to use my initiative to do something to the Wolverine if I can. So I only get my LRMs. Its center is exposed. This might be enough to kill. Didn't finish the job, but close. I'm definitely not using the Gauss cannon on it. Okay.
Reading you loud and clear.
Not quite ready for the Highlander burial. So I don't like running hot like this, but precision strike in the center. What are we looking at? 18 damage. So I just really need one of these things to hit. I'll add a medium laser for insurance, but the combination of SRM and medium should hopefully do the trick.
The Directorate must fall.
Target neutralized.
All right.
You have my attention.
Waiting for orders.
So in this case, I'm going to get Glitch to do targeted strikes on the leg. We're not going to blow any more AC ammo. So the hope is that I knock this thing down, and if I don't, then I can mop it up with Kamea. Cool. The Directorate must have learned about Lord Madeira's subdermal transponder and cloned the signal. Keep fighting down there. Sumaira and I are going to get a fix on his actual location. Work quickly, Dr. Murad. This could be our only chance at finding him.
Enough of these games, Kamea. Do you want to win little Alex back? Come and find me. We'll be waiting for you. Won't we, Lord Madeira?
I'm sorry, Kamea. I evaded capture for as long as I could, but...
That sound you just heard was his jaw, Kamea. It was every bit as fragile as I thought it would be. Consider this a promise kept from our first reunion.
I'm coming for you, Victoria. Do you hear me?
Communication terminated.
I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to use it, but this is kind of like a natural save point, so... I don't know why I just suddenly got really paranoid about my saves, but... There's a side of me that's sort of okay with having to do this mission
Tell me what you need.
over again, but...
Taking her to top speed.
I think it's I think what's happened is I've relearned my caution from the tutorial mission. I think I lost like Raju one of the first times I did it, and I had to do the entire thing from the start again. I was like, I really didn't need to. I don't really feel like I needed to do that again, but okay. So I don't have any targets. I was originally going to see if I could get a sensor lock, but in this case I can get visual just by sprinting. Hopefully this will free up some of my team to take advantage of it. And that is a fire starter. Okay.
Ready for orders.
So the next question is, if I jump onto the building. If I sprint, it's a slightly better position. And if I walk, I can get an LRM strike. Will help me knock down a chevron. But honestly, I think it's actually probably better that I take the turn and get the Highlander closer in, and that'll also help me shed some heat.
I hear ya.
Glitch is a whole other question. Okay, so on its own, she can't do that. Now, I was really hoping that I wouldn't be generating as much heat with her, but this is a rather good opportunity. And... okay, so only one of them hasn't braced. All of these are not great shots, but they're also light mechs. So, let's try for it. Nice.
The Directorate must fall.
This is why Glitch is in the victor.
Yes, I hear you.
So I do need to be careful with Kamea around these things, because this Atlas gets really hot really fast. But it looks like I can only fire... ooh. So it's 20 LRMs, got 9 rounds of these things. I think in this case I'm just going to sprint.
Confirmed.
Being able to get an Atlas into melee range is no small feat, but there's a huge benefit to it if you can. Also, of course, it gives them a chance to come in close. No, they're not coming in closer. They're running to the woods. I suppose I would be doing that if I was facing an assault lance and a fire starter. Alright, well that makes sense. Oh, but they don't use the flames. Okay, maybe they weren't able to.
Ha! Send me a real opponent.
But, like, this is a no-brainer now. There's... ah, here we go. Okay. That might be a Vindicator. Alright, let's see what we're up against. So there's a side of me that wants to just do the sensor lock. Sensor lock will knock down 2 evasion. Oh, Kintaro. Okay, so sensor lock takes down 2 evasion. Shooting takes down 1. Yeah. It's a baby move, but
Sensor lock.
it's just because I have some
I'm listening.
I have some weapons that need ammo, so. This is going to be a little risky for Kamea, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to spread the love with a primary focus on C. Okay, so we're not going to use... okay, so apparently there's no hero autocannon for the Kintaro. Fair enough. What are my chances? All right. It's a fair amount of heat. Fire one of the ER larges at the fire starter. This is largely just about the evasion chevrons. Yeah, okay. I'm not crazy about this division, but it gives me options.
Handling multiple opponents.
Oh, that's right. I have breaching shot too. That was an unintentionally smart decision, as it turns out. Okay.
Pierced through the armor.
Let's see what we can
Yes,
do to bring
Commander.
Behemoth in. Okay, and if I jump... And sprinting... Oh yeah, sprinting brings me in, so... I lied. Highlander's out for 2 rounds. That's fine. I mean, it's a bunch of... It's a handful of lights and a Kintaro. Like, it's...
Good to go.
I'm not exactly freaking out yet. I have been kind of wasting my resolve. We'll fix that now. So I can be a baby and take out the leg, or I can try and go for the middle armor. So I got 50 damage from my medium lasers, and I've got 32, so that's not enough to finish the job. It's going to stand up and be able to do... Yeah, you know I'm not going to kill it with this, but...
Tell me what to do.
makes me feel better. Lady Arano, I've got a fix on Lord Madeira's transponder signal. He's being moved. It looks like they're taking him to the most heavily reinforced Directorate stronghold on Guldra. Miss Meyer, I need you to pick us up in the Leopard. It's the only way we can reach him before it's too late. That's negative, Lady Arano. I'm reading dozens of anti-aircraft guns and missile turrets around that stronghold. If I tried to fly you in, they'd blow me out of the sky. Damn it, what are our options? If you take off at a dead sprint, you might be able to catch them. It'd be pretty dicey, though. I'm seeing a lot of mechs between you and Lord Madeira, and we'll have no time to retrieve the evidence that he gathered. The evidence the evidence can wait. We have to... Damn it. That intel is vital to our war effort, and it's nearly in our grasp. I cannot risk the future of the Reach for one man. Mr. Oliveira, I need you to give me the coordinates of Lord Madeira's dead drop. Forgive me, Alexander, but your rescue will have to wait. Roger that, Lady Arano. I'm marking the coordinates on your map now. Commander, we show multiple dropships inbound. As soon as you have that data, get out of there.
Every fiber of my being is screaming at me to not abandon Lord Madeira. To drop everything and rescue him, as I know he'd rescue me. In leaving him, I betray myself.
It's the right call. And it's what he wanted you to do. For your people.
But Alexander...
That's...
He'll live. Have faith in that. And press on. It's the only thing.
Ah, now I see the sense. I guess I'm committed to physical attack then. It's an Atlas, they can't take damage, right?
Engaging physical attack.
trying to make use of that extra of that mod.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Standing by. Closing into melee range.
I was really hoping that would have been the center torso.
If you had any sense, you'd retreat.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Well, I mean, if I really want, doesn't leave anybody to deal with the Kintaro though. So
Commander.
let's see. Well, that's apparently true no matter. Oh no, that's not entirely.
Engaging jump jets.
So I kind of wish I had somebody to deal with this evasion, but I brought the A-team for a reason.
Confirmed. Mech destroyed. Waiting for orders.
So now I don't need to generate heat on the Victor.
This is gonna be good.
Oof!
Hey, stand still when I'm attacking you.
So the good news is, I mean, there's some rear attacks they can do on me, but I don't have any heat worries. Okay.
Engaging physical attack.
I really can't be wasting too much more time on these things. Like I need to wrap this up.
Critical damage detected.
So, what's the fastest
Waiting
way
on
for
you,
me to do
Commander.
this? So again, I don't like turning my back on these guys, but
Coordinates received.
the Victor does have what it takes. 3550. Ah, god damn. I hate that I'm using an AC-20 on this, but
Take this. Should have run when you had the chance.
Standing by.
okay. So I also need to get Behemoth down on the ground anyway, so this at least gives me some opportunities. I'm not using the Gauss rifle. Anything else is fair game, though. 46, Jesus Christ.
Target confirmed.
I wouldn't have fired the LRM, but at this point I kind of need all the help. Yeah, well, we might have been able to get it without the LRM, but...
There.
Yes, I hear you.
And... presumably there's going to be something up.
I'll make it
I haven't
happen.
even taken a look where the data download is. But yeah, so I need to have a unit there for 3 rounds, so in reality I need to get to the... okay, well we just saw it. It's the last inbound hostile dropship from the landing force. Sorry, that's the last inbound hostile dropship from the landing force. We have the window we need to evac. I don't quite know what that... okay. Destroying my cousin's landing force would show her the cost of her treachery, and I am willing to pay. However, getting that, recovering that data is still our priority. I feel like there's some editing that got missed in this.
Not bad, cousin. But I am not finished with you yet.
Okay, so we know that there's mechs coming in, but at this point I've got Kamea and Beefeater in mechs that don't have jump jets, and I've got Glitch and Behemoth in mechs with jump jets. So what I'm going to do, the Highlander and the Victor are going to get on the high ground. I think I'm going to send the Highlander to take the... that's a 75 ton, okay. Yeah, so I'm basically going to run these guys up the mountain.
Ready for orders.
And at the moment, I am more inclined to have the Highlander
Understood.
stand on it, but that might change because the Gauss cannon is actually a really big asset in this fight.
What can I do for you?
So moving Glitch and... okay, this gives me options.
Pedal to the metal.
Black Knight. Okay.
I'm listening.
It's maybe not the thing that I would really want to have going up against my Victor, but
I'll do what you ask.
so my one reservation about this is the fact that it has a bunch of evasion chevrons. But in this case, let's light it up.
Discharging weapon.
Oh man, they're coming in to defend that. Fortunately, it's a 25 ton, so in the worst case scenario, the Highlander should be able to just stand its ground. What have I got? I've just got LRMs for this, so in this case, I'll put myself in the woods. Oh, you know what? I should have reserved, because it's probably not going to have 4 evasion after firing. That was a blunder on my part. But I'll make it count with the LRMs. Yeah, that is definitely a much more attractive target. Okay.
Standing by.
I'm gonna get Kamea to... this is a tough call. I do get more firepower if I go up the road, so I don't normally like... Like, just because it's an assault doesn't mean that it can last forever, but I do want to just be able to deliver everything to the center. You know, taking out the legs might have been a better idea now that I think of it.
Reporting a critical strike.
I would have got some salvage. Oh well. Okay, that's 60 ton. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, that's LRM. Oh. Fortunately, the Atlas is awesome.
Okay, that one hurt.
I'm gonna need to worry about my armor though. So,
I hear
Glitch. I'm volunteering you to finish off the Black Knight.
I leap. I soar. Firing everything I've got.
I need you guys hitting the center torso.
And there's more where that came from.
Okay, so I have an idea about
Yes,
how to
Commander.
make the most of the situation. Oh, and then I get to see the light mech. Okay, I'm going to give myself options.
Here we go.
The plan, though, is going to be to fire the LRMs at the Black Knight so that the thing gets toppled. And how am I on resolve? I don't like leaving myself so low on resolve. That's a commando. I will not have a problem with it. But the fact that I might be able to take that thing out, I am going to take the targeted shot. So I either knock it down or I take it out. Okay, knock down it is. Good news is all the people who are in play right now have multi-targeting, so we're going to be able to put something on both targets if I get desperate. I'm curious if the Highlander is going to be able to land on the objective right away. That would be a very nice flourish if it could just do a nice parabola onto the target. Huh. I didn't even see that other one. Okay, that's gonna make it's gonna make the acquisition a little harder than I thought it would be. I hate that I'm leaving the missile platform available. I gotta take out the center though.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Alright. Maybe I'll reserve glitch or something. Or I don't need to reserve glitch. If I'm lucky it doesn't target Kamea, but yeah, it does. No orange yet though.
They're stripping armor off of my mech.
So Kamea might be able to finish that thing off
Good to go.
on her
You have my
own.
attention.
I'm gonna take the opportunity because if I can get glitch dedicated on these lights, we are laughing in terms of the
I'm on the move.
objective. And actually, I'm also going to be a little cocky. All right, so we'll turn off. We gotta turn off some of the lasers. Okay, the 2 large lasers. Honestly, the AC's either gonna make it or it's not. So
Target confirmed.
yeah, overkill. But
Reporting one less vehicle.
okay, so unless I
Waiting for
blow it, yeah, okay.
Acknowledged.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable with us finishing off the mission. Receiving the data now. Sorry, the data. We are receiving the data now, Lady Arano. Commander, I'm going to have to ask for you to keep one of your mechs near that relay until the upload is finished. So this wasn't intentional, but one of the nice things is that both Kamea and Beefeater have LRMs, so they're still able to support the team at the top. Anyways, this commando is about to have a really bad day.
Let's see how you like this.
Directorate must fall.
Enemy down.
I probably enjoyed that a little bit too much.
What can I do for you?
Alright. My preference normally is to put people like Glitch
Ready, set,
into the woods. Alright, it's Jenner, but I have lots of ammo, so...
want some more, huh?
I think there's enough distance that it should be able to get enough evasion. Well, maybe not.
Reporting. Minimal damage.
So same story as usual. It's not clear if there's another part to this mission yet, so I am gonna send the LRM carriers. I'm gonna just walk them up, and then they'll drop missiles. The nice thing here is the combination of Kamea and Beefeater will be able to knock down the evasion chevrons, so Glitch and Behemoth are gonna get clear shots on the target.
I'm listening.
Kamea definitely needs to cool down, but
I'll make it happen.
I don't think this LRM generates too much heat. By the way, I haven't done this today. That a beautiful mech? Not sure about the colors, but... one thing that I didn't know, again, this was from taking a look at the Kickstarter page. Apparently, Piranha Games donated or otherwise agreed to let the Battletech team use the models from Battletech Online.
I hear ya.
I think that's great that they did that. One thing that's nice is it kind of creates a certain cohesiveness to the Battletech games. What are we looking at? 38. I will give the AC a rest. I could have theoretically moved, but...
What's up, boss? Acknowledged.
Again, that's just too much fun to do.
That's a kill.
But yeah, it's actually really neat that there's sort of this uniformity in the art style for Battletech now. Okay, so I am actually rather curious as to whether or not there is another part to this mission. I don't see any other enemy units, but it also hasn't said all the units are,
Reading you loud and clear.
it hasn't said that all the units are like down, so
Taking her to top speed.
By the way, this is the big flaw about the Atlas, is that as terrifying as it is also very slow. Oh, you know what? I should probably do it. Transmission complete. Lady Arano, we have the package in hand, and Sumaira is on her way.
Mission successful.
Oh, okay, so we needed to finish the timer. All targets eliminated. Sit tight, and I can collect you from where you are right now. What is it, cousin? You're running? Leaving Lord Madeira behind? I thought that you would do anything for each other. I will take him back from you, Victoria. Personally. I look forward to it, Kamea. In the interim, know that your dearest friend will languish as I languished in Lord Carossus' dungeons. I will make him suffer in your stead. I know what I'm abandoning him to, Victoria, as does he. Alexander is more courageous than either of us, and if you hurt him, I will kill you myself. I swear that on my father's name. I actually really like that decision to, you notice there's no audio. I don't know if I'm assuming that's intentional, but if it's an accident, it's a happy accident. It's a really neat touch. Cool. Okay. I know it's doing a lot of paranoid saving, but that was a neat mission. I don't remember if we took any structure damage. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my... I'm not sure. I probably should pick a different debrief for what is ultimately a loss. But yeah, as the objective sort of suggested, the attempt is... was the key word there. Almost 3 million sea bills, so that's keeping us afloat. No structural damage, so all around. Technically, that is sort of a 300 XP loss for the company, though, because Glitch is not getting any better at this point. Pretty respectable kills, although I guess keeping in mind that the, you know, like most of the stuff that we killed was deliberately set up to be easy to push over. Okay, I gotta get the Black Knight. I could get myself a spare dragon. I think, see, I prefer the AC-20 version of the Hunchback, but I'll keep myself open to... Oh, okay, nope, sorry. Better gear. Gotta take it. Okay, so we wound up with the Hunchback salvage anyway, and an extra Panther bit. And then 4 medium lasers, a small laser, a handful of heat sinks, a jump jet, and SRM ammo. It was really sad. Dr. Murad, have you gotten that archive cracked open? I want to know what's inside, and I want to know now. Yes, Lady Arano. I just finished cracking the encryption. There's a lot here. Ledgers, spreadsheets, cost analyses, and a single holo file. I recognize the coding on that file. My father authorized his archivists in House Madeira to install a holo recording system in Arano Palace before his death. It was meant to preserve an ongoing record of important diplomatic events. The system must still be active, and Alexander's family had access to it. So, House Madeira, behold our splendor, founding house of the Aurigan coalition, currently led by Lady Branca Madeira. The Madeira House sigil is a leaping dolphin fish on a pale blue sea. The ancestral seat of House Madeira is Guldra. Go ahead and put it on the view screen, Doctor. Let's see what what we lost Lord Madeira for. Roger that, Commander. Here goes. I understand your hesitancy, daughter. It's a difficult thing what I'm asking you to do, but this galaxy is a hard and uncaring place. If our directorate is to thrive, then we must be even harder. I have no qualms about killing for the greater glory of the directorate, Father, but this... Please, help me understand. Show me the wisdom in carrying out this attack, because I cannot see it myself. Broaden your perspective, Victoria. Think beyond the Reach, beyond the periphery. Our directorate is growing stronger, but we stand among giants. To the successor states, we are nothing. A tin-pot dictatorship in a galactic backwater, to be ignored or crushed as they please. If we are to survive in the long term, we need a strong ally, but we have nothing to offer in return. We cannot change our circumstances. The Reach is comparatively small and poor, and that is how it will remain. What we can do is shift the political balance in the periphery. By engineering conflict, we can give ourselves value as a buffer state and an ally of convenience. And by doing this to perdition, you'll create the conflict you seek. Yes, your target is a port city that serves as the primary supplier of Perdition's aerospace bases. A chemical strike will look like a backdoor attempt to undermine Calderon's military readiness. He'll assume that a method of attack was chosen for the purpose of plausible deniability, and when he points his finger at House Davion in response, I will quietly approach him with an offer of support. And if this embroils us in war with the Federated Suns? It won't. Calderon will not strike without proof, and despite his fears to the contrary, the periphery is beneath Hans Davion's notice. We'll be the concordant silent partners in a cold war that never goes hot, and the Reach will grow stronger than it ever could on its own. And if our attack fails, if I'm caught, then our directorate will perish and us alongside it. But inaction isn't an option, Victoria. An alliance built on a lie is better than no alliance at all, and our directorate cannot survive indefinitely in a vacuum. I cannot trust the task this sensitive to any mercenary. It has to be someone who truly loves the Reach and who understands the price of failure. I don't enjoy ordering you to do this, but I am trying to accomplish in 5 years what House Arano should have done across the span of 3 lifetimes. To safeguard the Reach in such a short timetable, risks must be taken and sacrifices have to be made. Show me that you are a defender of the realm that I know you to be and accept this terrible responsibility. Not for me, but for our people. For the Reach. I understand, Father, and I'll do what you ask. For the glory of the Reach. The video feed winks out, and a test pattern replaces it. Gods. Doesn't even matter what else is in the archive. With this, we could turn the Taurians against the Directorate. Protector Calderon will want Espinosa's head on a plate. Let's go ahead and serve it to him. I must admit, there's a certain poetry in that idea. I'm marking the evidence with my personal seal and sending it to the Taurian government. When they respond, we'll find out whether or not all this was worth it. But in the meantime, we'll need to focus on getting Lord Madeira back. He'll be on the throne world. Wouldn't make sense for them to take him anyplace else. Agreed, but if we move on Cor Madeira directly, the Directorate's naval fleet will attack our flank from their base on Tyrian. If, on the other hand, we attack and liberate House Parata, there will be nothing my uncle can do to prevent us from invading Cor Madeira, and then we'll have him by the throat. House Parata, the land remains, a founding house of the Aurigan coalition, currently ruled by Lord Henir Parata. The Parata House sigil is a green fern frond curling against a field of brown. The ancestral seat of House Parata is Tyrian. I'll take my leave of you now, Beefeater. I have allies to rally and an army to marshal. The Restoration will summon you when our forces have been assembled for the assault. And we'll keep doing our thing until we receive your summons. Back to work, people. If we're going to stage an assault on Tyrian, we're going to need all the firepower we can muster. And you know what that means, so let's get to it.
That mech you wanted is back online.
Alright, the Black Knight 6 KNT is a dedicated energy weapon platform. It can shell out hellish damage with its beam, and its beams can shrug off a lot of damage. Just gotta make sure to keep its heat in check. Mech warriors are gaining experience and need your guidance, Beefeater. If you head to the barracks, you can direct their training. Alright, I do kind of want to put the Black Knight in the rotation. I think the problem here is the Black Knight is an assault. No, it's a heavy. Okay. With due apologies to the dragon, it doesn't actually say what the Brawler, ranged assault, skirmisher, brawler. Yeah, I'm putting the dragon into storage. And I'm also going to get the commander's cockpit out of the Cyclops. I will admit, I have definitely been lighter on the... I've definitely been lighter on the... like messing around in the mech bay. I've tended to do it out of necessity more than anything. One of the things... I think probably when I do career mode, I'll start messing around with custom designs. The problem is that, like, for the tabletop game... I enjoy, you know, I really enjoy messing around with stat sheets and whatnot. For the game here, there's something about sort of like default. I think it's the safety of the default options that kind of keeps me from playing too much with these options. I am, however, going to take a quick look at the Black Knight. That's a wild pattern on it. That might actually be one that I changed from the default. So let's see whether or not it's worth it. Medium laser, PPC, large laser, medium laser, large laser, medium laser, medium laser. 15 tons heavier than the Dragon.
Log and note. Shouldn't be too hard.
880. So I think it is actually a little bit better armored than the Dragon. Not sure about that pattern, though. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. I don't know if I should direct you to it or not. We had a couple of big story events. So Lord Madeira is captured and was used as bait. Victoria sent sort of some kill teams after us. We got the evidence against to kind of break up the Aurigan and Taurian alliance, and there's actually a really good cut. I think I'll probably send you the clip of it. So. We had to make the decision to leave Lord Madeira back in favor of getting the evidence. The evidence was that the chemical attack on the Taurian world was carried out by the Aurigan Directorate in order to sort of make them paranoid about a Federated Suns invasion, bringing about the alliance. So we will be using that to get it back. And then there was this actually really sad little cutscene of Kamea leaving her mech and crying. They have like the little dust particles, and they mixed really well with the tears animation. So it's a really, really well done little moment. Tank Pink says, I don't get why they give mechs hands. Like, are you really going to pick something up with it? And controls for 5 fingers with 3 joints each seems like it's counterintuitive. So the funny thing is, I don't know what the initial idea... So I don't know if the mech was originally designed in the background of the game. Actually, tell you what. I've got my rule book beside me, so I might be able to answer this. There are actually industrial mechs in the Battletech world, and I don't know if the original intention was industrial, in which case it would make sense. There are mechs which are added in the expansions, like the Hatchetmen, which do carry melee weapons. But let's just take a quick look and say, okay. Battle mechs are the best known mechs of the 31st century, but other types of mechs still exist. During the Star League era, industrial mechs played a role in various aspects of life, from farming to loading dropship cargo bays and the okay, but it doesn't say which came first. Battle mechs are the most powerful ground-based war machines. Inconclusive. Oddly enough, I'll also say that there are rules for four-legged mechs, so not every single one has hands. But yes, I will agree with you. The idea of hands as designed in the game is maybe not as intuitive as all that. I will also take a quick minute and say that the lovely Eyes of Sin is responsible for my emotes. And she's actually getting close to wrapping up her current batch of commissions, is my understanding. So if you guys are looking for art, also if you're looking for voice acting, because Eyes of Sin has actually done voice acting for the Horizon Zero Dawn board game, that is the primary way that she earns an income through her creative talents. And I know that January is always a tough month for content creators, but I will say that I am very happy with the work that she has done. And if you guys are looking for that, or if you're looking to have work like that done, or if you know someone who is looking, or if you just want to sort of shout her out and see what sticks, it would mean a lot to me, because I definitely don't generate enough art requests to be able to keep her kind of employed for the full run. But I hope that kind of by touting her and letting people know what's going on, that she'll be able to find a bit more work. All right, I actually really like the Black Knight. I know Johnny's going to be mad that the dragon's not in there, so I need to get the third mech bay as soon as I can. And looks like we don't have any options, so let's do drop interception. We've detected an inbound dropship belonging to the Aurigan Directorate. Our local defense forces can be expected, in the expected drop area, are ill-equipped to handle a lance of mechs. But with your aid, we can ensure that the raid does minimal damage, and we'd like you to intercept the Directorate lance to destroy it. Commander, the Directorate wouldn't send a dropship if they didn't mean business, so if we take this job, we should stay alert down there. All right, thank you very much for stopping by, Ego Karen. It's always a delight to see you. I hope you have a good sleep. I know your hours are always a little odd, so I hope you get enough sleep as well. And we'll see you next time. All right, we've come a long way together, old friend, but I fear I have yet another favor to ask of you. Our fortunes are married together. Aid us, and we will aid you, as it's always been. We would not ask this of a lesser ally. I also didn't realize it's almost been like 2.5 hours. Like, this has flown by. I've been completely engrossed in the game, so but then Ryushi has also been telling me this. So the memorial wall. Late in the evening, Showboat ducks into your quarters. Dark circles rim her bloodshot eyes. Hey, Commander, I know you're busy, but I don't know where to turn. What's wrong, Mech Warrior? Showboat's voice trembles. I haven't slept for days. I keep thinking, why me? Why am I alive? I've seen ejections fail, ammo explosions, and impossible headshots. Rookies, veterans, doesn't matter. How long until my picture is added to the memorial wall? Reassure Showboat. We'll all end up on that wall one day, but it takes more than luck to make it as far as you have, Mech Warrior. You rest a reassuring hand on Showboat's shoulder. You're in here because of your talent. Frankly, you've taken some hits that would have put me in early retirement. Showboat stares at her boots. What if I slip? Then we'll catch you. Every single member of this outfit has your back, on or off the battlefield. If you need to talk for an hour or a night, or every night, I'm here for you. Thanks, Commander. A faint smile cracks Showboat's face. Won't abuse this privilege. You have my word. Showboat has gained the dependable tag and high spirits for 30 days. All right. By the way, I feel a little bit better saying this too. Okay, actually, a couple of things. So Johnny Big Time was in a little bit earlier, so if you have not gotten a chance to watch him, he is an incredibly entertaining guy. And I was meaning to shout him out a little bit earlier because he stopped by when there was like 2 people in the channel, and there's decidedly more than 2 people now. But on top of that, I was talking a little bit about positive feedback that I got from people. And the Eyes of Sin was actually one of the people to say something very nice about something that I showed her. So that did quite a bit to give me a pick-me-up today. Which is funny, because I feel like I should be doing much more to pick up Sin than she picking me up. But maybe this is why I want you all to, like, hire her. She's super good at everything. I will admit, I do kind of like the rest in the travel bits. Like, I kind of wonder what the game would have been like if they didn't get the campaign mode and they just sort of went in on the like the, you know, it's skirmish game after skirmish game. So I think it said it was a Lowlands mission we were up, so I'll say not yet because I want to boost people's skills. Okay, Beefeater's not good enough to get another level. Behemoth's just shy of what you need. So Glitch is a rock star. So 10,300 XP on top of what it should be. Also, if you want to know Glitch's... Actually, let's learn about Glitch now. 59 deployments, 9 injuries taken, 85 mech kills, 50 other kills, and 725 days with the company. Brave, Federal, Criminal, Inner Sphere, Dependable. Oh, is that Federated Sons then? Yep. Jessica Chernovskaya has had a peaceful and ordinary middle class childhood in the heart of the Federated Sons, but even in the heart of civilization, you're not safe from a glitch. It was a garbled bioscan that got Jessica committed to a maximum security prison and changed her life. After 10 years, her case was reopened, the evidence re-examined, and her name cleared. But it was far too late for the kid Glitch had been. She learned skills on the inside, and she applied them on the outside. Killing for money is surprisingly easy and lucrative, and elite killers can command high prices for their discretion and effectiveness. Compare that to Beefeater, who's only been on 33 deployments, 28 injuries taken, 29 mech kills, so at least the KDA is positive, 20 other kills, 725. Career soldier, loner, noble family, Steiner ancestry. Alright, so it's either Zap or Showboat that I'm taking out.
I'm receiving
I
you.
think it'll probably be Beefeater, Behemoth... Oh yeah, no, I can bring out both. So Beefeater, Behemoth, Zap, and Showboat. Alright. It's a straight up battle, so I might actually just do the same loadout as usual. I definitely liking, so like Zap is where he needs to be in the Cyclops, Glitch is where she needs to be in the Victor, Behemoth is in the Highlander, like these 100% work for me. There's a side of me that kind of wants to take the Black Knight out for a ride, but I'm a little tempted to run with the Blackjack here. Well, if I do the Black Knight, I've got initiative 3, but it also doesn't have jump jet, so it doesn't work as well as it doesn't work well as a sort of a scanning one. So I'll add the Blackjack, and then I think maybe when we do like a 4 or 5 skull mission, I'll run with the Black Knight as the command vehicle. All right. For everybody who's in chat and feels like participating, when I ask this stuff, by the way, so there's always like there's the standard tricks. It's like, so how's everybody doing tonight? That's a test to see who's active in chat. But I know the thing for me is I know a lot of people like watching the channel as background noise. Like the whole point is the fact that I talk a lot over and it doesn't really matter what I say. It's just as long as I continue to say it. But for those of you who are in chat and want to do some participation, what are some favorite battle mechs? It doesn't even have to be single battle mechs. What are some favorites and why? I'm going to try and give one for each size class, but I may not be able to do it.
Command interface initiated.
The enemy dropship landed somewhere in this area, Commander. Acquire their location and engage them. Let's put a stop to their raid, Commander.
Okay, let's do this.
So this is going to be the first time that Blackjack is piloting the Sorry, that Beefeater is piloting the Blackjack and has the extra heat. So hopefully we can make something of that. I think I'm gonna push Glitch up the middle.
I'm going.
I've got something.
Okay. I think I might send Zap in with the Cyclops just to get eyes on this. Oh, but that's right. Beefeater's the first mover. So normally I don't like doing the jump, but it's what I need to get the range. Okay, so it's... Ooh. I mean, they're not... It's not a great chance, but we'll let her rip. It's an 80 ton to tell me to stop bullying his friend. Is that an archer? That might be.
Good to go.
Sprinting does not accomplish much for me. Yeah, I might as well make the most of it. I definitely need to get eyes on that 80 tonner. That or I need to knock out the spider.
Orders?
And if I sprint you... Okay, so if I sprint him, he's able to get eyes on everything. And actually, this is a case where I'm willing to do that because I need to know what I'm dealing with. Is that an archer? It's an awesome. Okay.
Good to go. No sweat.
I don't normally like using precision strike this way, but I should get the resolve back if I take it out.
All weapons are go.
Not worth it.
Yeah, critical hit.
Okay. This thing is at 18, so let's just go for the ACs.
Engaging target.
Oh, I blew it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was really hoping they wouldn't be going after Beefeater on that. Oh, Jesus.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
I'm your spaniel.
Unbelievable. All right.
I'm walking here. Targeting for physical attack.
Thank God. I don't think there's anything left.
Enemy down.
You kind of like the lighter built ones? Do you know any of the names of the ones that you like?
Orders. Moving out.
I know they're kind of hard to keep track of, but I'm actually, when I play the online game, I almost entirely play the little guys.
Commencing alpha strike. Receiving you.
Okay. So movement's not going to make a huge... Well, you know what? If it's not going to make a huge difference, then I might as well go the furthest distance. Not in particular, I'm terrible with names. That's fine. But yeah, the little ones, I like the Locust and I like the Jenner. So this is kind of where I wish I had Ace Pilot on Beefeater. What are we looking at? 25, 48. I mean, those those lasers can cause me some serious issues. So I don't like how passive this is. I'm going to put him behind some rocks, and I'm going to do the sensor lock because the sensor lock gives the sensors impaired effect. What I'm also going to do is, if he doesn't brace himself, I'm going to start off with Zap, dropping a bunch of missiles on him.
I'm receiving you.
So he's less likely to get in the way of Behemoth. So I don't have a lot of resolve to work with here, so this is just going to be a pure play for the LRMs. Obviously we'll soften them up with the medium lasers as well.
Cry havoc.
Commander?
And what I'm going to do here is Glitch is going to be the one to do the targeted strike on the leg. Even if it doesn't take out the leg, the AC-20 should be enough to knock it over. And then that's going to get me a free targeted strike with the Gauss cannon and the Highlander.
Ready for orders. Firing jump jet.
Okay, so leg's fully exposed. So what I'm going to do here, there's 78 left on this leg, so I'm going to focus on the right leg. This is because this is at full armor, so essentially I'm going to be able to do a precision strike to take out the weak leg, and I'm going to take advantage of the fact that he's knocked down to take out the other one. And again, the leg move is basically designed to try and get the good scrap. 16% is not a terrible chance for a headshot, but in this case the legs are a little bit more reliable, and I'm also going to be able to do damage to the pilot by knocking it over and so on and so forth.
Copy that.
No orange. Alright. So here I'm going to reserve Beefeater down. This is because I'd like to get a pot shot on the Awesome after it moves.
Standing by.
I can live with that. Okay, so now you're going to see the reasoning behind this move.
Commander.
So we start with Glitch, who is my sharpshooter. So now we go for the weak leg. Oh, not enough. So the plan on that was to try and knock him over again.
Standing by.
Now I don't have any more targeted shots, so
I think things are going swimmingly, don't you?
Huh. It's very unlikely the AC-2s will be enough to knock this thing over, but
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
What's up, boss?
honestly, at this point, let's just do a physical attack to knock it over.
Engaging. Take that.
So at least Beefeater's going to be able to get a called shot on it again. Now, if I'm going to do a called shot, I better make sure that I'm in a spot. Taking a big risk doing this.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
So this thing might just stand up and come after Beefeater now. It's exactly what he's doing. Okay, we lived.
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage.
Good to go.
Glitch, can you please bring this thing home?
All weapons are
There we go. So the salvage isn't what it... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the salvage is definitely not what it needs to be now. So the original plan was we weaken out that leg so that a good shot, even though...
Commander?
It's like the plan was is that we weaken this leg so that we could take out this leg and constantly keep it on the ground. But that didn't turn out that way.
Confirmed.
There we go. This is a surprisingly short mission.
Hostile eliminated.
Good job, Commander. Let's debrief aboard the ship.
Mission successful.
Eyes of Sin. If you... Oh, let's listen to the music. If you're listening and able, if you can go to Discord really quickly. I had a quick question for you. Sorry about that, guys. I'm abusing my privilege as a streamer who has people he knows in chat. So other than having to repair the blackjack, I'm reasonably happy with where that went. We've got enough to cover the month's expenses. So 65 left on the center armor, 48 on the torso, and we almost lost the arm. Oh, wow. So Zap got all the kills. Wait, why did I bring Glitch? I'm an idiot. I said I wasn't going to bring Glitch. Okay, we obviously have to take the two awesome hits. Yeah, so again, that's more wasted... It's more wasted XP. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, clearly I wasn't thinking. That's a shame. Hey, welcome back, Ryushi. Thank you guys, by the way, for using those channel points. I know if you are in chat and you click the little chest beside it, you get bonus points. But it's nice to know that people are getting something out of that. It's actually, this is one of the few cases where Twitch has introduced something which is intended for, you know, more viewer engagement, quote unquote. I actually really like the fact that this is in, because if I had sort of my preference, I would try to find a non-monetary way to get emotes. I mean, like, thing is like there's got to be a way that I recover the costs of the stream somehow, right? Like, they're not overwhelming, but they are not they're not zero. And subscriptions are a way that can happen. And in fact, since Twitch put in subscriptions, the donations have effectively vanished. Though thank you to those who still do. Like, especially there's a few of you who donate when I'm off cast and some of the YouTube ones. So it's probably late in the cast to be saying something like that, but I do see them, and I actually really like the messages that you guys send. And if there is a way that I can express that better, please let me know, because I sort of feel like the people who watch the VODs kind of get the worst version of the stream. But yeah, I actually really like the fact that this is one of these cases where Twitch has sort of brought a way of engaging with the stream. So, like, personally, I like it when people use my emotes. And again, while I am looking for a way to monetize the channel, especially that System 1 HMM, which Sin did such a good job on, I really like it that people are able to access it without having to spend the money. So I'll give Twitch credit where credit is due. It's not very often due. The Spider 5V is hands down the most maneuverable. Oh, thank you very much for the bits, Ryushi. Speaking, woo. Okay, that was not an appeal for donations. Because I mean, the other thing too is, I will also say it's not on the Twitch side, but the donation thing also isn't as central anymore, because there was a while when I didn't really have other ways of like financially supporting the stream, and obviously the Epic affiliate link and the Humble affiliate link, and particularly the Humble one, because it lets you use that slider to decide where it goes. Like, there are also ways that you can support the stream through the like purchases you're already making. So with that in mind, I kind of need to factor that into the donation thing. It just so happens that I didn't have those buttons when Twitch introduced subscriptions. So I know that sort of bits and subscriptions were the way that Twitch kind of put their hands in the broadcasters' pockets. I need more emotes. I actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Ryushi, because they will be coming. Neutrino V, thank you very much for using the emote. Good to see you again. Okay, so yeah, the Spider 5V is hands down the most maneuverable mech you can field, but it's made of paper. It's an excellent scout though, and you can even jump into the rear arc of most enemies for surprise backshots. It just can't survive after it gets there. Mech warriors are gaining experience and need your guidance. Beefeater, if you head to the barracks, you can direct their training. So Spider goes into storage. Let's see where we're at for the... Oh no, before I do that, let's repair the Blackjack. It's probably like a 3-day repair. 2-day? Oh no, just 1. Shows what I know. What are we looking at for contracts? Ooh. So we got some serious fights here. Gives me a chance to try out the... Okay, I'm gonna switch things up a little bit then. So I'm going to take the command module out of the... I know I have these options here. I actually just really like pushing the individual buttons. By the way, for those of you who are fans, this is actually particularly Ryushi might find this useful. If you haven't checked it out, there is a show off your mechs button. How come your contracts for that heavy payout so little? Do you ever get missions that are 100 mil? Definitely not 100 mil. I don't know. I think that's a reasonably good payout. Let's take a look at what the payout is. But there's your showcase mode. Maybe that's how we'll end the stream. Like, normally I would be ending the stream right now, but I think I'll do one more for sure. Because I really want to see how those heavy contracts go. But we'll end the stream with a proper show. Question?
On it. I'll let you know when that's done.
Do I have the BJ DLC for pre-order or whatever? How do I use the alternate skin? Oh, for the Shadowhawk, you mean? That's a good question. I actually don't know that. Oh, I'm an idiot. I did not realize there was a small... Okay, well, no, that's fine. We can put the small... Oh, no, hang on. That's an excellent question, Ryushi. Let's find out together, because I haven't used this. I am just going to take a second here and not wreck my... Blackjack. So we'll have less... We'll have less resolve as a result, but
Shouldn't be too hard.
I can live with that. Okay, so if we go to the Shadowhawk, I'm thinking that's it. It's a cool looking Shadowhawk, actually. Let me just take a quick look on the DLC page to make sure that I'm almost certain that is the alternate, but let me just take a look at the DLC page to see, because normally it explains that stuff. So the Shadowhawk pack. Is the other thing above on the right-hand side? Yep, I'll show that to you again real quick, Ryushi. I just want to double check that I'm saying this right, because I've never actually tried the alternatives. I only just found out about patterns when I started playing again on this kind of long string of Battletech games that I've been doing. Okay, sorry, I clicked on heavy metal. Mostly negative for the Shadowhawk pack? Why? This whole DLC is a single cosmetic skin for a single type of mech. If it were workshop content, it would get 3 stars at best. Okay. I think it looks kind of cool. So the Shadowhawk includes an alternate skin for the formidable Shadowhawk mech, a multi-role battle mech developed in the Golden Age. It costs a staggering $4. Whatever will we do? I mean, I got it as a Kickstarter thing, right? So I'm not really feeling like... Yeah, so it is the Umbra Shadowhawk. Oh, you can't see my mouse. My apologies. Yeah, so Ryushi, I don't know if you can see the circling that I'm doing here, but basically from the bottom right of the screen, we've got the storage and the scrap. You've got your weapons. You've got refit. So if we go to the left of refit, you can see the Shadowhawk. Okay, yeah. So I was just I was looking at Steam. You know what? I think I'm going to go with the no. We've rolled standard this long, but as soon as we go to career mode, I'm totally bringing that in. But yeah, that is how, if you have that Shadowhawk DLC, that is the alternative skin. I don't know if they plan, like, I don't know if this is like an afterthought or if they were maybe planning on putting other skins in or something like that, but so far as I can tell, this is the only mech where I've been given that option. Anyways, with that aside, it's really funny that people are complaining that it's a $4. I mean, it's, in fairness, like, if you don't see the benefit to cosmetics, $4 is a lot, but I don't think it really... I'm not quite sure. It says in the description that it's, you know, that it's a skin. Like, I'm not entirely sure where the misunderstanding in terms of what the content one was. I don't know though. Like, obviously people don't feel that it was worth it, so I can't. I guess I can't begrudge them too much. It's just funny. Oh, thank you, Sin. Sorry, you didn't need to say that. I wanted to send you a quick message just to check in on something, but yeah, I like it. I like it when you see around. I also should say too, like, every once in a while when I do say stuff to people, and particularly to Sin, who I hope I didn't like make you feel motivated to come in into chat, and that is like, sometimes I'll ask, you know, if somebody's by, but please don't ever take that as like, you have to be here for a roll call. I just wanted to, if you were around, I wanted to see if you wanted to see something, but like, it wasn't critical. So I hope I didn't like make you, I hope you didn't like make you break your flow, because I really like your art, and I know it's hard to get that back. Okay, so to answer your question, Ryushi, in terms of payouts, I mean, I've definitely had lower difficulty missions with comparable payouts. 1.5 million is definitely on the higher end. I'm not going to do it because it's an escort. It's also in the desert, so that might cause some problems as well. We'll do hard contact because it's a standard battle. I'm going to try out a new lance style, and let's see what it does. So, in violation of local treaties, a significant combat unit consisting of 2 lances of mechs has dropped on Itram. Your task is to assault and dislodge the Directorate force. You will send a definitive message. Unsanctioned military operations on Itram will be eliminated with extreme prejudice. Leave none standing. No, Ryushi, I was thinking of it, but I decided to do one more mission because we've got a 4.5 skull, and it's the highest difficulty that I've done. Now, see, it says it's 2 lances, so it makes me... Now, you know what? We're going to go full scrap. We're reasonably well supplied right now, so on the odd chance that there's some like awesome scrap, I'm going to do top salvage. And Beefeater is in the Black Knight, so it's not a full assault lance yet, but we do have the full bars on the drop tonnage. This is going to be exciting. Low heat efficiency, and Beefeater's mech is going to cook himself in the cockpit. Buckle up, Commander. 2 heavily armed lances. This is going to be tough. The other thing is, too, we haven't had like a real... Like, we haven't had something that's made me shout yet. So this might be the opportunity for some real fireworks.
Command interface initiated.
We're approaching the enemy drop site, Commander. Eyes peeled. Take care moving forward. We're expecting heavy resistance. Don't take this lightly. They know we're coming. Oliveira out. So,
Ready to rock.
big problem with Beefeater is that I've lost a lot of my mobility now that I'm not in the Blackjack. I need to worry about things like terrain features and whatnot. So in this case, I'm going to run him on the right. So this is also where our indicator is. It's actually the funny thing here. Oh,
Enemy detected.
okay, first contact. The funny thing is that it's my assaults that have the that have the best mobility. Yeah, I'm gonna sprint. I kind of wanted to have Glitch in the woods.
Rolling.
But I'm probably gonna jump her to a better shooting spot anyway. Okay, so we got 2 contacts. One to the right. Okay, both of them 60 tons. In this case, let's reserve down.
Standing by.
Okay, I can handle a quick draw.
Standing by.
So the real trick on this one is going to be showing off the fancy moves. Okay, so the trick on this one's going to be to make sure that I take out... Oh, that's what I get for holding back. I want to be sure to take this apart one at a time. Wow, that Victor's a tasty target. And they're hitting me on the autocannon side, so I might have just made a mistake. So this is the first that we're going up against. Okay, so there are no cover options for Beefeater. Okay, I can open fire with everything, but not here. Alright, this definitely puts Beefeater in a riskier spot than I want him, but he does get to move before everybody else. So the main purpose of this one is going to be lower the evasion chevrons on the quick draw. See, theoretically, if I want to do that, I should do a sensor lock. Yeah, I should have thought that through.
Sensor lock on target.
Reason's gonna make sense in a minute.
I'm receiving you.
Oh, but I could have got Zap to do that.
I'm walking here.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I really blew it. Let's do an A and a B then, because I'll be able to go through the brace.
Commander.
Okay, Behemoth, I need you to do some magic for me.
Copy that.
I think the Gauss didn't land where it was supposed to.
Think I hit something good. Waiting for orders.
Definitely like the idea of getting Glitch out of range of everything. I was hopeful, but at least we got a knockdown. Actually, Beefeater might be able to take advantage of that. Gotta see where he is in the woods. Alright, so the Jägermech is going to be a concern. And my preference here is, let's see how much he's got. He's 38, so my preference here is going to be to hold back, because the Black Knight is the lightest out of everything. But hopefully he's going to be able to clean up the quick draw. Any one of these landing on the center is enough, yeah. It also gives me some extra resolve. So let's see what happens with these quick draws. Where does the name come from, Beefeater? So I mean, for the game, it was just randomly assigned.
I'm picking up a new sensor trace.
But the like British guards are called Beefeater. Like the Jinn and like that British guard on it, like they're called Beefeaters. So that's the name. So I was just like, yeah, I'll be Beefeater. Also, because like it's one of those ones that everybody remarks on, and it sounds kind of silly when you hear it. So I like the name.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, so I want to try and drill into the middle of the Jägermech if I can. But I also want to make sure that I've got some decent protection, so...
Here we go.
We'll move aggressively, but... Okay, so we were... 2 quick draws, a Thunderbolt, Jägermech. Jägermech is kind of the biggest boogeyman right now, so... Wasn't quite enough to deliver the goods.
Waiting on you, Commander.
I really wish there were some woods that I could put Glitch into. Or, why did I bring Glitch again? I almost want to reset the mission because of that. So that's 7 health. I like Beefeater Gin. It's a quality gin at market price. I've only ever had it like when it was given to me. I've never had complaints, but then I don't have like a preferred gin. Also, hello, Bast Worshipper.
Yeah, critical hit.
I'm ready.
I'm so frustrated at myself that I keep bringing glitch on these missions. There's no reason to do so. Okay, so we're going to soften up the quick draw, and then the hope will be that the Highlander will clean up the one in the back. Never had Jin? It's not bad. Oh, you know what? I probably should have at least taken one bank of LRMs on the Jaeger mech. It's hard to think that... Okay. This... Oh, that's not in cover. Okay. So I'm going to divide my attention between the Jaeger mech and the quick draw. So the idea is all of the light... all the medium lasers, I'm just going to pepper the Jaeger mech with them because I just need one of them to hit the center to work. And then the heavy stuff I'm going to throw on the quick draw. Of course, this is where I'm going to be running ridiculously hot, but this might be able to take a mech down, so...
Engaging multiple targets.
Shameful. Well, thank you for saying so, Bast Worshipper. I've been trying... It's not exactly new. Like, I definitely used to spend a lot more time with a specific game before. I usually do Paradox games on Mondays, but of course, when I play a game like Battletech, it's...
Detecting mech warrior injury.
Every time the commander takes it to the chin. So one of the nice things about like Battletech or Europa or... Well, actually I don't do Europa on stream. But like basically, when it's a Paradox game already, I kind of have this nice advantage of being able to like do the dedicated time. Whereas obviously if I was doing something like Darkest Dungeon, which I really enjoy, usually the Monday is gonna have the that one, you know, that one Paradox game. And I love Paradox games, so like it's absolutely not a hardship at all to... Oh, that is a shame. Okay. So I'm going to have one LRM that I throw at the Jaeger mech, and everything else is going to be on the quick draw. I need 2 of the LRMs to hit the center armor, so it's not a likely shot, but you never know, right? I could also theoretically throw it at this mech, but I will not. Anyways, yeah, so I've been experimenting with kind of a lot more focus on a given game. It won't permanently be that way, but I've been really liking Battletech, which is funny because I was a backer and so should have always liked Battletech, and I do. But the heavy metal DLC definitely really got me into it. All right. It's been too long since we've done one of these.
Up high. Solid connection on that one.
Ooh,
Lots of armor.
I do not like that stability loss at all.
Good to go.
Let's go for the leg. How much is left? 46. We gotta... I don't normally like using the AC on that, but we need to finish the job.
All weapons are go.
Recently got this game, found my stream through a Battletech search. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Normally that only happens with stuff like Cultist Simulator, but I'm delighted that people are finding me through new stuff. Yeah, I mean, you've probably heard me say this like 100 times. Oh, Jesus. Behemoth's definitely getting knocked down by the end of this. Lee Dog, thank you very much. Obviously, I can't make any claim, like I can't make any kind of skill-based claims or anything like that. But I really enjoy these games, and I really like being able to speak through my thought process. Because one of the things for me about this too is that I learned something about the game, forcing myself to be able to say, I think X is going to happen, so I'm doing X, and why did I not? Oh yeah, right, because we took out the little guy here. you know, to be able to just speak clearly in terms of what I think is going to happen, it kind of keeps me honest. And as a result, I tend to learn a lot about the games as a result of doing it. So then there's also the inherent interest in, you know, if you like a game and you're able to share it with people, there's something very rewarding about being able to do that. Oh my god, that Highlander's doomed.
Going over.
Alright, so Behemoth's going to be in medbay for a little bit, and I need to make sure that I don't lose the Gauss cannon. Oh, they're specifically targeting the Gauss cannon. This is scary.
My internals are taking a beating.
Sure, but I've never actually done an ejection,
Yes,
and I think that's the wrong choice in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump jet back. I'm going to jump jet to a place where I at least get some kind of protection.
firing jump jet.
And I'm going to focus fire each of the Jenners one by one. Or sorry, the Jägermechs one by one. So we're just going to go straight for the center.
Acknowledged.
If I'm lucky, I get to do it in one shot with the Highlander. And if I don't, I'll get glitch to clean them up.
Think I hit something good.
So what are we looking at here? That's 75 in the center, so...
What can I do for you?
I'm a little worried about the heat that I'm going to be generating. But as it is, the Victor is in better shape, so it can take some of the fire. Okay, so I can't fire everything. I'll throw the SRMs in for an insurance policy, though honestly, if the AC-20 doesn't do the job, we're pooped.
Firing on target.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was a headshot with an AC-20.
Dang, you're dead.
I'll take that. Okay.
I'm your
So Zap gets to pick what his next target is. We might as well just make that quick draw sad.
Acknowledged.
So let me just take a quick minute here. There's definitely a withdraw button, but talking my way through the strategy and particularly the tactics layer has helped you. If you have no understanding of initiative or evasion before, but it's made a tremendous difference in your play. Well, that's actually really funny, Bast Worshipper, because that's a perfect example of sort of what I was talking about, where I didn't necessarily know quite how to take advantage of initiative, and then I got into that habit of saying, it's like, okay, so I've got a light, and I know I have an opportunity to sort of run in and harass someone and then quickly jump out because of the initiative. And like you say, like once you see into the matrix that way, it makes all the difference. Okay. There's a side of me, I think in this case I'm going to start moving a little more aggressively with Beefeater. If I can, I'd like to get eyes on this Jägermech, but as a second bet, actually, you know what? Can sort of have my cake and eat it too. I may not get eyes on the Jägermech, but at least I'll be able to get some shots on the quick draw. But yeah, so that's an example where I got to learn myself as a result of that. Let's let one of the large lasers go by. This is really just chip damage on the quick draw. My priority target is the Jaeger right now. Okay. That's actually kind of nice too, because we peeled him off the Highlander, and they're going to be focusing on the Black Knight.
Warning. Armor low.
Okay. Again, I don't want to take the Black Knight for granted. This thing doesn't have unlimited armor, but...
Warning. Armor low.
So...
Commander.
We're going to go for some risky plays. First thing I'm going to do is lock in a point of vigilance.
Standing by.
So vigilance is going to push me up the initiative track. I think no, it's the quick draw that's going to be able to move ahead. But this is at least going to give me a little bit of survivability. Like, basically, the point of this is to jump the Highlander in and jump the Highlander out, because I'm a bit exposed here.
Jumping.
But I'm potentially able to deliver some hurt on the Jägermech.
Locking in all weapons.
Okay, well, I mean, even taking off a weapons platform is... Well, okay, the mech is the platform, but even being able to take off a weapon is big here, so... I'm going to move Zap into play here. Part of this is just about giving them more options to shoot at. How did I get my load time so short? Good question, Ryushi. This is actually on my... I'm pretty sure this is on my hard drive. Let me just take a quick second here. I don't want to break the flow too much, but local files, drive. I'm pretty sure Drive E is my... Yeah, nope, it's on my hard drive, not my solid state. I hear that every time you say something nice about harebrained schemes on stream, your load time is reduced by like half a second. Maybe that explains it. Okay. I'm thinking my second best option here is to flatten the Jägermech. So just try throwing lots of ballistics at it.
I hear ya.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, I'm generating a lot of heat on the Victor.
Uh-huh.
You need to start streaming again. I'm gonna get like an angry message from Harebrained Schemes. It's like, look, we like the stream, but you need to cut the rumors. Yeah, I think we're gonna open up with everything. If I get lucky and take down the Jägermech, problem solved. Maybe... Nah, I don't think an AC-20 and an SRM-4 are going to be enough to knock it over. That brace really protected it. I'm really hoping that was the center that... Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Bast Worshipper. Okay. Armor's looking a little ropey, I'm not going to lie. But let's give them something attractive to target. I am going to throw a PPC at the very least at the Jägermech. Again, more stability damage, so at the very least it'll be motivated to... not to move. Okay, so... Alright, so basically it's medium lasers all the way down. Actually, let me just think. I need to be a little more sensible in terms of what I'm thinking. So let's ride the heat as high as I can manage it. Okay, and if I trade 3 for a large... Ooh. Ooh! Let's make it count. And I've got 66 resolve, so that's technically 2 targeted shots. I think we got a... That's definitely a glitch job, so... Yeah, not enough to knock him over, unfortunately. Oh, and it did get to move before the... This is the thing I was scared of, that it got to move before the Highlander. Okay, Victor's structure's exposed, which is a bit scary, but they didn't target the Highlander, so that's...
That got through my armor, Commander. Orders.
A small benefit. It's always important for me to remember that Behemoth doesn't get multiple targets. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the standard Behemoth focus fire 1 target down. The main focus on this one is hoping that I wipe out the Jägermech. because that'll give me some of my resolve back.
All weapons are low.
So normally this isn't a smart thing to do because the Jaeger mech is no threat to me. It's the Quick Draw and the Thunderbolt that are the threat.
Mech destroyed.
But I wanted to get some extra resolve. And it looks like the Quick Draw's in an open field now. Okay, he's just straight up running. Fair enough. Well, that's fine because that means everybody gets to focus fire the Thunderbolt. Okay. So I got to be careful with Beefeater now.
Warning. Armor breached.
He needs some time
Internal
to
damage.
cool down anyway. So
I will be
I'm going to start with Zap, and this is just going to be about lobbing as many missiles as I can. And in this case, I'm actually going to put him out front because when this Quick Draw wants to turn around and cause me some trouble, I want this Cyclops to be standing out there as a nice big obvious target, whereas I want the Victor and the Highlander to sort of be a little bit further back sniping people. So Zap's going to be removing an evasion chevron, hopefully just softening up the armor with the medium lasers, but again, that's never the intention behind using Zap. And then we're going to get Glitch to finish off. Now as it happens, I sort of messed up the resolve here. One of the things I like to try to do, and I'm very inconsistent with the way that I apply this, but you'll notice the tendency, and I really need to stop bringing Glitch on missions because there's no benefit other than the fact that she's a very good mech pilot. Like, I need to be getting the experience up on my other pilots here. But you'll notice that I tend to use Glitch for the snipe at the very end, and that's because I lose resolve for the precision strike, and obviously when the resolve is above 50%, everybody gets a bonus towards accuracy, which is quite good. So, anyways, again, this is just about removing evasion. Everything else is a bonus.
Good to go.
So, God, that is a shame. Oh, but that's... I mean, this is the kind of shot I would not give to anyone but my best gunner. And if I do a regular move, I get both options. See, I would normally do this move, except that it opens me up to that quick draw. And again, I don't want the right arm, which has the AC 20++. I do not want that exposed any more than it has to be. So in this case, I'm actually going to expose the left arm. Well, doesn't really matter what direction I go on here, so
Here we go.
we'll angle it like this. Unfortunately, it's very likely I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot with my weapons. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to overheat. Okay, but if I drop the medium lasers, so there's like no way that this thing's going to get taken out, but it's, you know, it's the shot I can take, right? So
Right, Commander.
So we are at 54 resolve. This means that my my accuracy is up. Not that it really matters, because obviously everybody is running ridiculously hot. Let's see what we can get done here. Right up to the edge. All right. It's pretty unlikely that we get the center, but if that PPC lands in the middle, that's golden.
Engaging target.
Yeah!
Enemy mech destroyed.
Alright, I'm curious if Behemoth is able to, like, throw every last weapon she's got at him. She is. Okay, interesting. So I gotta follow my own rules here.
Standing by.
I'm moving Zap up the middle, so given the fact that it says half of the enemy reinforcements have been taken out, that means that there's something else in the area that's waiting for us. It's obviously not a missile boat, though. So in this case, we're going to soften up the quick draw, and I'm going to save Behemoth for the final shot. And again, all of this is about the extra accuracy. Although, again, it's not like we need the extra accuracy against what is effectively a stationary target now.
Cobra strike.
But if I can do something to knock over, there's the extra. That's a Shrek PPC carrier, almost certainly. So yeah, I guess the question now is, do I want to try and bring Glitch in on this, or do I want to try Behemoth?
Waiting for orders. Coordinates received.
So again, the key here is I am not precision striking with Glitch. I am doing a regular strike, because if I can knock this guy down... Oh, that is not. That's an 80 to... Oh, okay. This is going to be a tough fight in the end, because my best assaults are... No, I have got a great idea on how we're going to handle this. Okay. So I'm opening up with the AC-20 and the SRM-4. The reason for this is I just want to knock over the quick draw. When I knock over the quick draw, that's going to mean that Behemoth gets a targeted strike on the center of the quick draw. They also lose their vision. And so there's going to be two parts to this strategy. When you do precision strats, where do you tend to aim? Is it varied per mech, legs, torso? Definitely varied per mech. If you take out the legs or the head, your scrap tends to be a little bit better. One of the things I want to do here, so... the precision strike for Behemoth is going to be designed to take out the quick draw as quickly as possible. And so in that case, I'm going to be focusing on the center, because that's like my best bet. And especially with the Gauss, the Gauss gun, it's also a very likely one. By the way, I think I have the heat to be able... Yes, I could add another medium laser, but again, the point on this is not damage. The point is the stability damage. So in this case, I want to knock out the quick draw, because I don't want the enemy unit to have vision. That's going to force them to come closer to me, and more importantly, my missile boats are going to be able to drop LRMs on them, because I've got characters with the ability to do sensors. It also means that my assaults are going to be able to sort of prepare, brace, shed some heat. But yeah, it definitely depends. It's a situational one. Even in certain I very rarely target the arms, but like there's plenty of mechs where the best weapon is on the arm, and so being able to knock that thing out, it can mean the difference. Like that Jaeger mech, for instance. Even taking off one arm, which was not a deliberate choice, but being able to take that arm off was ultimately the thing that made sure that my remaining mechs didn't take that damage. But generally, with the loadout I have right now, I tend to focus torso a lot, because we do so much damage output that we know that we... Like, against the Highlander, it doesn't even matter if they brace. Usually a targeted strike from Behemoth and the Highlander is enough to take out a medium mech in one go. Alright, so again, that sucks that was the right torso and right arm, because there wasn't really that much... there really wasn't that much there, like, to take out. But we've knocked down the pilot, which means we don't need to use Resolve, which of course now means that I have... So basically I get the targeted strike, but I'm going to get the advantage of having the higher Resolve for next round when we go up against the fresh 80-ton mech. So, let's see if it works.
Firing full complement on it.
Did it ever.
That's a kill.
Okay, so in normal circumstances, what I would be doing is taking Beefeater and reserving him down to, I'm going to reserve him down to 1. In normal circumstance, I'd be taking Beefeater and, let me do this over again. My first inclination is take him to Initiative 3, move him up, see what the nature of the beast is. But the only way that this thing is going to be able to engage me is to actually move closer. When it moves in, it's going to be getting some evasion chevrons. So the smart move here is go down to 1. When you move down to 1, I believe if you have done the reservation... Actually, no, I think it's based on the number of mechs on the field. I could be wrong. Anyways, I know that this is going to move before any of my guys. So it's going to move, it's going to get its evasion chevrons. Hopefully none of my guys are in range. I know the Victor technically is, but I don't know if it's in like vision range depending on where it's moving. So I'm going to use Beefeater to do a sensor lock. That'll let him shed some heat and will lower the evasion. That'll at least open him up to Cyclops with his LRMs, and then I can decide whether or not I want to commit Victor and Behemoth, or if we want to sort of move back behind these rocks and just enjoy like dropping LRMs on him while he tries to come after us. How can you increase your damage and accuracy output? You feel like you miss a lot. Well, I mean, you're early in the game, right? So it's not like... like, I miss a lot in this game, too. It's really more about deciding... So, one of the things... Okay, they're staying still. Interesting. So now the question is, are they in radar cover? Oh, it's right on the margin. Nope, they're just outside it. Damn it. Alright, well... hopeful, okay?
Good to go.
With that in mind, we know that they're not going to participate this time. Oh, actually.
Got it.
So this is one thing that can help your accuracy. One thing to keep in mind too, if you put your mouse over, it'll actually tell you a few things in terms of what's affecting your percentage to hit. Obviously, that won't help here because I'm not targeting anything. But gunnery directly improves your accuracy. I was actually kind of hoping to do just a straight up brace and cool this time, but circumstances have changed. Oh, you know what? I bet Zap is going to be able to see him.
Commander.
Yep, Zap is. I should have thought about that. Okay, well, we'll move him towards the tree line. We'll at least see what we're working with. Actually, I'm going to try something. So there's no benefit to me sensor locking right now, and I'm curious if it's going to know that it's in sensor range based on this. If I do a sensor lock, it knows it's caught. If I don't do a sensor lock, if this was a human player, they might be saying, okay, maybe they didn't bring sensor lock. Okay, but yeah. So damage is fixed for weapons. Accuracy is determined by your pilot, but there's also a number of things affecting it, such as your like if you fired an autocannon multiple times, there is like a recoil penalty. So it sort of depends. Also, like, part of it is less about maybe getting higher accuracy, and part of it is knowing like what risky shots to take and what ones not to. That's great. And that's an awesome. Okay.
Waiting for orders.
So we already knew that this thing was going to be. We already knew that this thing was going to have its brace on. We have absolutely nothing else that we can fire our LRMs at. So if I just have to sit here and fire at a braced, awesome. That's my life. One thing. Okay, actually, here's a perfect example, Ryushi. So. As in like multiple turns. So we can take a look at what's affecting the 2-hit for the LRM. Now again, it's 95% chance to hit because Zap is built to be a very good gunner. The height difference, -1. I'm inspired, so yeah, this is another thing that probably makes it seem like I'm a lot more accurate than I am. I have invested a lot into generating a lot of morale for my unit. And so my resolve is normally higher than 50, which does give your make your accuracy go up. Again, that's why I use Glitch at the end for her sniping shots. So height difference -1, inspired -2, obstructed +2, so that's the indirect fire. So in this case, they've sort of canceled each other out. And then it says enemy effects +1. Maybe that's the break. I actually don't remember what that one is. And then there's a shot modifier. So in this case, like, I still have a good chance to go on this one. Now, if I want, I can take advantage of breaching shot to do maximum damage, but in this case, I kind of want to do some stability damage. So I'm going to see what happens on. I'm going to see what happens on this one. Honestly, if I can just like thin out this thing's armor in general,
Commander?
I'm gonna be pretty happy. So, all right, this has only got SRMs. So in this case, I'm gonna brace and just shed some heat.
Receiving you.
Same story with the Highlander. Only difference is instead of bracing to shed heat, we're gonna fire off the LRM-20. And again, it's 40% damage reduction, so I'm not expecting to do a lot. But what I am doing here is I am forcing it to decide whether or not it wants to participate. So I'm putting a little bit of risk on Beefeater here because it might be that the Awesome decides to commit, and now I'm out in the open with only 2 evasion chevrons. But we need to see. Okay, this thing is given up on life. So Beefeater doesn't have any long-range weapons. We're going to give him the sensor lock, and this is going to be boring Battletech, but this is going to be Battletech that doesn't lose me a Gauss gun or a actually, what I might do, this will really draw it out, but I might actually make it so that he just does 1 salvo to get past the guarded.
Standing by. Taking stock.
I can also do targeted strikes on these. Oh, man, a targeted strike each turn to the head?
Waiting for
That would be
orders.
beautiful.
Resting my mech.
So again, I'm always going to reserve down to 1 because I want to know that this guy's committing to staying put. I actually don't know what the shot modifier is, Ryushi. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm already over time on the stream. Actually, I'm an hour over time, but that's fine because this is a really fun mission.
Hey, wait your command.
Okay, I am... Zap has the higher tactics. So in this case, it's only a few. But because this, like, I am doing this as long as I have LRMs, so the chance that I get at least 1 hit on the head is higher than what it would normally be. So in this case, I'm basically maximizing the damage of my LRMs.
Commander?
But yeah, like I said, after I do my homework, I'll let you know. So I'm really sorry to do the mission this way. Honestly, though, like, this is the smart way to go against a fresh 80-ton mech. I could maybe use the Cyclops as like the armored bait, but there's tons of ways that could go wrong for me. So in this case here, I'm just going to try and get lucky with headshots. If nothing else, I'm going to maximize the damage from my LRMs. And if we're not able to seal the deal, at the very least, I'm going to be dealing with a weaker opponent when the time comes. Hey, Sean LeBlanc, how you doing? You know, we've actually got a healthy viewership right now, so let me just take a quick second here. I know I do a lot of shout-outs, but Sean is a particularly special one. So Sean is a local game developer. He does like small stuff, so I meet him at this meetup called Dirty Rectangles, and he has an itch page. And so there's a couple of things. So if you're interested in making games, Sean actually has a couple of neat little tools. He also does a lot of stuff with a game, like a program for designing games called Bitsy. It's a web-based program. And one of the things that's really interesting is, like, when I look at Bitsy, I sort of see this, you know, I see this very primitive tool that I'm like, you know, I couldn't really make that much with it. And then I take a look at what Sean does, and it is this absolute masterclass in, you know, exactly how much you can do with a small tool like that. So I'll be clear, like, this is very much the stuff which is like, you know, you guys know that I like indie games. So like this is definitely a website full of stuff where it's like, you know, if you like indie games, this is probably the, you know, the sort of thing that you think of. But Sean is, in addition to being just like a really nice guy and a really good presenter, he updates it quite regularly, and there are some that delight me. So like I really liked Why Do Bees? There was the job interview one. Let me find that link right away. what was it called? I still have his rules for Flu, which is a proper. Oh, it is called Interview, which is like an actual physical card game. But anyways, again, it's one of these ones where I keep saying this, and it's actually been a while since I've had somebody ask this, but every once in a while I do still sometimes hear, where do you find these interesting games? And, you know, instead of being a jerk and saying, because I look for them, it is by keeping myself open and looking at websites like Itch. And the problem with that advice is that it's really... I don't know a single person who's ever, like, wanted to find something new and hasn't checked out Itch. Like, sometimes you need more. You need to know what to look for. And word of mouth is how that goes. Sean is also not the only developer that I've found stuff through Itch on. So, for instance, Hive Time was something that was on Itch. Of course, that was I found that as a result of Eric, also known as Sparse Game Dev, the person who made, well, primary developer. I know there's obviously some other people who helped with some other things, but the Spring Falls developer.
Sounds smart. Cooling.
It was kind of his recommendation on Twitter that brought that to my attention. But anyways, if you are one of these people who sort of likes being on the bleeding edge or likes seeing new and interesting things, I highly recommend Sean's page. Not just because I think there's creative stuff happening on it, but also because he updates it. So I will say with a fairly high degree of certainty, you will not necessarily like everything that you see on it. But the stuff that you do like will be so compelling that you will want to come back and check out the rest. And by the way, thank you very much for coming by at exactly the time that you did, Sean, because as you can see, I am doing the tactically smart but streaming boring decision of sensor locking a formerly fresh awesome against my very rickety lance. We had to go against like 2 heavy and above lances. There's a side of me that wants to just focus on the center right now, but I'm going to keep going for the head. 18% of the time it works all the time. Even if we knock down an arm, like that's at least a PPC we don't need to deal with.
Stabilizing and bracing.
But yeah, being able to talk about your stream has, or not your stream, your itch page has given me a chance to fill the void.
Sensor lock on target.
I await your command.
Oh, center is exposed. 123. So now the smart money is to go straight for the exposed part.
Good to go. Holding here.
I'm a little curious what's causing the AI to do this, because this is a dominated strategy. There's no way that it's the last mech in the unit.
Yes, Commander.
So there's no outcome where the awesome wins this fight. Actually, that's not entirely true. If I blow all my LRMs, I'm forced to engage it, but yeah, there is Vast Worshipper. So Zap has a special ability. I'll try and show it when I get to it next. But he's got an ability called Breaching Shot. And so with Breaching Shot, if you do a single strike, if you use a single weapon, it ignores the guarded bonus. And so that mech has got Bulwark. So I'll show you. So start with a sensor lock so I can look at it. Sorry, I kind of thought that I said this, but I didn't explain it really well. So here are the status effects on the Awesome. We know that it's held. When you reserve down to position 1, the enemy always moves first, and it's decided to stay put. So here are the status effects that it has right now. It's got Guarded, 20% damage reduction against ranged attacks to the front and the side. Stacks with cover. Guarded is countered by any melee attack and ignored by breaching shot. Bulwark, additional 20% damage reduction against range attacks to the front and side. Entrenched, 50% stability damage reduction from all attacks. And then Sensors Impaired came from my Sensor Lock, and Sensor Lock, the unit is Sensor Locked, is revealed and targetable for enemy units. But the key here is the Guarded and the Bulwark. So effectively, anything that I throw at this guy is going to get a 40% damage reduction, which adds up because it's a big, heavy mech. It's tough to deal with.
Standing by.
Now, Zap has got breaching shot, so when I mouse over to look at that, it's passive attacks with a single weapon ignore cover and guarded on the target. So what this means is that instead of seeing a 40% reduction on my LRMs, by only firing one of them, I'm doing the maximum amount of damage with the LRM. So that's the reason why I'm only targeting one. You can also get an indicator. You can basically see the modifier going away. And if I add the second one, it's locked in. So it makes for boring Battletech, but when I was doing the double LRM runs and when Behemoth had her LRMs ready to go, we weren't doing enough stability damage to knock this thing down, so I switched the strategy to Zap, slowly draining out his LRMs to take down the Awesome. And, I mean, I got the Highlander to add in, but that was really just so that I could weaken the armor. Like I knew I was taking a lower amount. If I wanted to wrap this up, like I would feel mildly safer bringing in like the Highlander and the Victor now, because we'd probably be able to get a targeted shot on the chest. But at this point, like the thing is that everything but Zap engaging at range with the LRM results in me potentially losing really valuable weapons. In fact, irreplaceable weapons in both cases. So like I said, I'm going to play boring Battletech and engage it at range. Yes. It is. The mech is specifically called Awesome. And it is actually a very good mech, so it is appropriately titled, but although I don't know if there's any variants on the Awesome inside this game. It's always unclear to me which one's got multiple variants and which one's Oh, incidentally, if you're wondering, I usually like using the mouse for the commands that I do because it's visual and people can see exactly what I'm doing, but I pushed 6 for the sensor lock. That's actually how I normally play on my own time, but I'm generally pretty good at remembering to like move the mouse and click on things, but every once in a while I fall into old habit. And you can kind of tell I'm getting a little tired of this. Fortunately, there's only 35 left. But he's got to be done next turn.
Reporting critical hit.
We hit a lot of sensitive bits there. Of course, the worst thing that's going to happen is at the end of this, it says, "Commander, there's another dropship coming in." Then I'll just cry.
Sensor lock on target.
I'm your spaniel.
Hey, totally not Valken. We've got quality options again. So even though I'm pretty much done as soon as we blow up this mech, I'm glad that you at least got to see it in whatever quality setting. Yay!
Down.
Where's the nuke button when you need it? That happens when you get the bull shark, Ryushi. Superb, Commander. My scopes are clear. All primary targets eliminated.
Mission successful.
All right. I am sorry to all of you for putting you through that, but that was my first 1/2 skull away from maximum difficulty mission, and I was absolutely not prepared to lose the Gauss rifle or the AC-20++ to it. Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. All right, we're rolling in the dough. 103,100. Now, I'll be honest with you. The Awesome is a pretty good mech, so I'll want to get the awesome scrap. The rest of it, I probably would have liked the cash, but there might be some cool weapons that we get. Okay, so Black Knights in the repair bay, Highlander, Victor. Definitely need to get Glitch out of the... Oh, wow, the experience is great on that. Yeah, I need to get Glitch out of the rotation. All right. So, oh, right, there's Jagermechs too. Okay, this is actually going to be a good one. So, Jesus Christ, which one do I want though? I think it's the A. So the Jagermech model A model, sorry, the Jagermech A model attempts, well, let's find out what the Awesome is too. So the Awesome, a mech that truly lives up to its name. The Awesome 8Q mounts a frightening trio of PPCs that can destroy, knock down, or debilitate any target in no time. It's ungainly, but it can shrug off huge amounts of incoming fire. So the Jagermech A class, the Jagermech A model attempts to provide an indirect fire support platform that can dish out damage without ever being seen. It has lower overall focus damage capability, but usually mounts decent armor, so I probably want the S variant then. The Jagermech S model is highly specialized at long-range autocannon fire support. It doesn't have much in the way of protection or closer range weapons though, so keep it distant and out of harm's way. Sounds like exactly the thing I'm looking for. Don't really need the quick draw. Thunderbolt might be nice. It would complete it. AC2, that would be nice because Beefeater does roll with an AC2, but I wouldn't want to replace a mech part for that. Medium Laser 3, again, like the thing is, I'm not going to use the Jagermech right away, but medium lasers don't really like... I don't want to say nobody ever won a battle with a medium laser. That's not true. Medium lasers do their part, but like it's a new mech versus a fancy medium laser. Let's see what we get. Okay, so no extra... Oh no, that's not true. We got an extra quick draw part. Stock AC2s, AC5, yeah, nothing the fancy stuff. Fair enough. All right, so I'll show you guys how close we got to losing my weapons. I'll hopefully explain why I was being a big baby about that. And then hopefully Johnny's still streaming because I would love to host him tonight and share his stuff with you. But I am an hour later than I was planning on being, so thank you all for sitting with me. So, all right. Lady Arano's contract to liberate House Parada and deal with Espinosa's dropship fleet is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready.
That mech is ready to fight, Commander.
This is the same readout that we got before. So, unfortunately, the Jagermech goes into storage. So, Mech Bay. Don't do that. I want to do refit just so we can take a look at what the damage was. Oh, wait. It won't show me the damage because you get your... you get your armor repaired right away. Anyways, okay. So left torso was 11 structural damage. Now the good news about that is... that is not the side with the Gauss rifle. So we would have lost an LRM 20++, we would have lost an SRM 6++. Both of those are very sad losses. Oh, and the good arm mod, so that's another thing. But we were 71 of 95. But PPCs do 50 damage each. Now, maybe I would have been in wood, so I'd see some reduction there, but the Awesome has 3 PPCs. It needs 2 of them to hit the right torso, and I lose the Gauss rifle. So even losing the Gauss ammo would be a problem because we don't have any replacement for that either, so yeah. I was probably more paranoid than I should have been, but in this case, when it comes to Lost Tech, I'm happy to...
I'll let you know when that's done.
I'm happy to be. Let's do the same exercise with the Victor. So, the autocannon, Defiance autocannon, so that's an AC 20++, that's +4 accuracy, so to be honest, I don't exactly need the extra accuracy on Glitch, but I might as well take it, right? So we were at 46 of 65, so 1 PPC from the Awesome, and we would have lost the good autocannon and no replacement, so... Anyways, only a couple of days in the mech bay, so we should be okay.
I'll get it in the schedule.
And then the Black Knight... yeah, they're all one-day jobs. I'm gonna move the blackjack down the queue just because if we do another mission, it's either going to be on another planet or it's going to be, yeah, so Tyrlin. So that's another 4 skull. So I could try save the prototype, which is an escort mission. I would need to wait probably 3 days while my mechs get repaired. 4 days. And then after that, I'm a little tempted because even if we do take a lot of damage on that high difficulty mission, we would have it's got to be at least 10 days, 19 days. So we would have 19 days to close the distance. Beefeater would be in the med bay for 8 days, so I definitely replace Glitch, and we'd probably give Tyrant some spare time. So, starting to consider getting this game? Well, far be it from me. Let me actually just see if the sales are still going on. No, it's not on sale anymore, sorry to say. But if you guys do want to go and pick something up, that is a humble link for Battletech. That is my affiliate link, so a little bit of the money goes towards me. I'm not necessarily recommending that specific title. That's just so that I can give you a link with my like affiliate link on it. Do keep in mind you can also use this for the bundles, and the bundles actually wind up being rather good. Because what you can do, and I highly encourage you to do so, there is at the very bottom when you pick how much you would like to contribute. When you go below, you can choose where your money goes, and it defaults to a humble tip. I'd strongly recommend that you consider exactly how much you want to give to Humble, how much you want to give to the charities, how much you want to give to the developer, and of course, the reason I'm mentioning it, you can also send some money to me, but please do consider putting. Can't right now. My next plan is to buy a streamer a Switch. Oh yeah, no problem. Valken, I 100%. I am doing that because when I talk about the affiliate link stuff, the one thing I always hear is people saying, "I didn't know you had an affiliate link." I would absolutely not expect you to use that link right now. I'm not saying that just for the sake of saying it. I'm taking a minute to get my sales pitch out of the way. Unfortunately, that's going to mean that I cost Johnny some viewers. This is mostly so you guys can like bookmark or otherwise keep this in mind. If you ever want to find them, by the way, if you go to this page, scroll down, the Epic link and the Humble link is right there. While I'm on this topic, I'm going to draw your attention to the Europa Universalis bundle because I think this is a particularly good one with 5 or more days to go. If you pay $1, you get Europa Universalis, Art of War, Res Publica, Wealth of Nations, and then some of the cosmetic packs. As it happens, this is what I started playing Europa Universalis with. I actually went back and looked at my receipts, and those were the first DLC that I picked up, probably because they were the ones that were on sale. If you pay above the average, which is $9.37, you get the Rights of Man, Mare Nostrum, the Cossacks, Common Sense, and El Dorado. And then if you pay $17 or more, you get the Golden Century and Rule Britannia immersion packs, along with Dharma, Cradle of Civilization, Third Rome, and Mandate of Heaven. So somebody said there's like one DLC missing out of that, but basically for $17, you can get the whole game of Europa Universalis 4, including the DLC. I don't know if it's ever been cheaper. I think it's the best price that I've seen it at. But if you guys are interested in Europa Universalis 4, it's actually if not my favorite, definitely very high on my list of favorite Paradox developed games. And it's one that's going on right now. So anyways, that's the sales pitch out of the way. One last thing I wanted to do, Ryushi was asking about nukes. And I know some of you have seen this, but I want to remind you guys of how Heavy Metal got announced. And of course, while I'm talking about, promotions and that, do keep in mind I was given the Heavy Metal DLC to show this off. So I was given a key for promotional purposes. But I'm going to take a quick minute here and show you how they announced Heavy Metal, because I actually think this is a pretty fun trailer. And I'll explain, Ryushi, specifically why I say the nuke will come later.
Peggy 12.
Commencing deployment. Battletech power-up detected. Mech warriors, prepare for combat.
So one, I just think that's a really good way to announce a new DLC. But there's a couple of details in here, which are kind of neat. So the mechs that appear in this DLC are actually present on the computer console. So if you're a fan of the tabletop game or some of the PC games in that, I think it's the Flea, the Vulcan, the Assassin, the Phoenix Hawk, which I've obviously used quite a bit. I don't remember what the RPL is. Archer, Annihilator. How hard do you think it is to actually pilot these mechs in real life? I don't believe there are mechs in real life. However, there are virtual reality cockpits, and I found out that there's a bunch in Montreal, and now I really want to visit. But yeah, so this one, the null entry, the 95... Yeah, no, they're totally... RPL is right. Oh, thank you very much, Lead Dog. I thought it was a P because of the smudge, but that completely makes sense. I completely forgot that the Rifleman was not in until the third DLC. That makes complete sense. You'll also see that there's a bunch of new equipment inside here. But this null entry is a mech known as the Bull Shark, which appears, sadly... There we go. New designation, Bull Shark accepted. So this is a mech that doesn't exist in the tabletop game, that was specifically made for Battletech. And I mean, again, Jordan Weissman was, one of the people who created Battletech. So it's sort of harebrained schemes adding something into the Battletech universe. You've always wanted to try one of those Steel Battalion-esque controllers? I'm not sure I know what you're referring to, but I'm going to Google it. So, in addition to like the heavy metal guitar, and by the way, I particularly like this about the trailer because the soundtrack doesn't have electric guitars. They waited until the third DLC to finally bring the electric guitars in. But you'll notice that the Bull Shark has this big cannon on its back, and that's special artillery. So you've not even seen the maximum firepower yet, Ryushi. So that was neat. I thought I can see why everybody got really excited about heavy metal, and I know because it's the one I was given for promotional purposes, I should probably be saying, yes, heavy metal is the best, and you should all go buy it at full price. And sure, please go do that, because obviously Twitch doesn't give these, not Twitch, Paradox doesn't just give these out of the kindness of their heart. If you like these games, obviously somebody has to buy to continue to support them, but obviously it's up to you to decide what this stuff is worth. But I will say that if you get from people that Flashpoint and Urban Assault or Urban Warfare were disappointments, keep in mind the mechs are good. The Flashpoints add a lot to career mode, not to campaign mode. And the new biomes were really good. I don't know if the new biomes became part of the base DLC, but I actually really like all of them. But definitely Heavy Metal was the one that was very much about, you got a whole bunch of new cool mechs that are being added, plus a new one that nobody's ever seen before. And I don't know, it was good stuff. But anyways, I am done for tonight. Quick reminder, I am not going to be streaming on Friday, a break from the usual, but the Global Game Jam is on Friday, and I'm going to do my absolute best to have a finished product at the end of it. So I must leave you for Friday. I will be back on Monday. I will do my absolute best to record a new Morrowind episode on hopefully the Sunday, but the Monday if I absolutely must. I will be back Monday for sure. And then the standard Monday, Wednesday, Friday casts will resume as usual. And then Tuesday will be the pre-recorded Morrowind episode as always. So hopefully you guys found this useful. And let me just take one final moment here to find Johnny Big Time. I know there were a few more of you at the start before I started like advertising affiliate links and whatnot. And I really appreciate it when you guys hang out for stuff like that, because I always feel really bad that I deny some of the people I host a chance. But one, I do need to make sure that I at least, make an effort to make people aware of the reasons I'm streaming this stuff. And I won't lie, I'd like it if people use the affiliate links more if there was something that they were buying, but not to a point of, I don't want to turn it into, I knew a streamer who like used to berate people for not being in his chat or like not using affiliate links and that. I'm not going to do that to you guys. So if you can put up with me hawking my wares every once in a while, I will gladly continue to provide free entertainment. And if I'm hitting the wrong end of that balance, please let me know and I will do my best to lighten up on it. But for those of you who did stay around, I would love to show you the good. Oh, thank you very much for sharing that link. Oh, wow. That is a very cool looking controller. That makes me want to play MechWarrior that way. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Johnny Big Time, who is playing Death Stranding. Johnny is a very... Oh, hey, GarageCam. Like I said, Johnny is a very charismatic, very fun streamer, and he seems to be having a good time with Death Stranding. I'm actually really interested to see what this thing is like. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out, and we will see you on Monday at the latest. Have a good one.